Dan J, good to see you. Hugo, Ultima Rogue, Shori, Domo, good to see you guys. Hope you guys are having a good day. We're going to set up another Pictomancer file to try to do the challenge again. The Deep Dungeon Challenge, which I failed last Monday. I have a summoner file that's chilling, but I'm just not in the mood for Heaven on High at the moment, so we'll just continue with Palace at the bit. Not to mention, I'm kind of like vibing and waiting for that patch to show up, the 7.31 patch, and it doesn't seem like it's tomorrow. That's fine, that's not a big deal. But I do have, actually, I set up over the weekend, I set up, what do you call it? A bunch of my other character alts to be at 0/0 armor, and I actually have I have exactly 5 characters that I can use. So, once that patch shows up, we'll be kind of just going straight into that, and I should be fine. And we can kind of do it back to back instead of me spending time having to reset the file and everything. Reset my armor. But yeah, it doesn't seem like the patch is tomorrow, which is, again, fine, not a big deal. But I am ready to go when that happens. So what happens this week is I probably am going to be in Variety all week. I mean, starting Friday, we're in Path of Exile. But Tuesday and Thursday, I think I'm going to still play the Sheep game, so, which I'm having a blast with. Have I gotten the Necromancer title yet? I think so, yeah. I've gotten it like a handful of times. Send thank you for the lurk. I've gotten it... I can't even remember how many times well, I mean, okay, well, we have the number how many times I've cleared the solar, right? So we're at about 76 times, so... give or take 3 or 4? 2 or 4? I don't know, dude. Sometimes the number is kind of off, but... I need to remember, dude, I need to... My brain has to readjust to, like, not caring about silver chests right now. Won't count, though. For the title, it won't count, right? But I mean, you know, I still kind of consider clearing 200 as, like, good enough. At least for me, that's my standard. How's Pictomancer? Easier or harder than Summoner? Ooh. Interesting question. Easier or harder than Summoner? And I imagine you're keeping it within the realm of Deep Dungeon. I think they both have their pros and cons. What you're getting a benefit out of Summoner is the kiting, because you can stay mobile for most of your engagement, which can mitigate a lot of damage. Pictomancer, on the other hand, benefits off of a massive burst, so you can kill a lot of things before they even get to you, but you don't always have that burst, whereas Summoner theoretically always has kiting, with like a small exception of when, for some reason, you have to use Ifrit on like an enemy-to-enemy pull. So I would say Summoner is kind of safer, but Pictomancer, it's just a different feel between the two jobs, really. And it's hard to really say which one it is, because it might be a little bit down to preference. I kind of like Picto a little more in here specifically than Summoner, but Summoner is very good. What's up, Sinek? How you doing? Hitting Summoner Hero 1 should be slightly harder to get less chance for a palm stock, but then there is the time exhausting factor from maybe wash. Yeah. I feel like the palm factor though is kind of minute compared to, let's say, Heaven on High and EO starting from a higher floor set. Where I feel like, I mean, with Heaven on High, I mean, we've seen so many runs where like Magicites and whatnot don't even show up, and Raising don't even show up. I think when it comes with like EO, there's a possibility you'll see Dreads, and that's the one that's most rare, and you could go through, you could miss 20 floors, well, more specifically 13 floors of getting Dreads, and Raising, so that could affect you on the run, but I think Palace, to me, Palace Pomanders have always been balanced. Like, you always, very, very rare do you not see something coming in. Extremely rare. More common in Heaven on High and EO. And I wonder how that's going to be in PT, if there's going to be palms that are going to be weighted either far less or far more. Because EO was certainly weighted heavy on the demi-clones, which was a little abnormal, but it also depends on what the power-ups are, because we don't know what the other palms are. Hey, no problem, Emerald. Today's a good day for questions, because I'm chilling. We're just gonna fly through trying to get the 151, or 150 in particular. I do want to do something really weird on the 120 boss. Just because I want to, so stay tuned for that one. Die? Well, we probably end up dying, but I'm gonna try to spawn as many beasts as I possibly can. Because I have nothing better to do, essentially. I mean, I died at 120 last time, right? We did that on, when was that? Thursday? That was cool. Cool, not cool. More my mistake, if anything. See, I have, so my alt characters, I have 2 on Ether. Wait. No, I have 1 on Ether, 1 on Primal, 1 on Crystal, and then I have 1 on Lights, EU Data Center, and then I have my free trial one, which I had to remember the account name again because I forgot it. So I set all of those up, and let me tell you, it's still pretty annoying playing in JP because of the ping. It's more manageable in EU, but it is annoying playing with high ping with machinists. But I don't think it's gonna affect the speed of the run regardless, so it should be fine. He didn't die? Oh, because I have Enervation on. Happy Monday, hope you all doing. Hey Mercy. Good alright, hanging in there. Thanks for asking. I used witching on 420Bs recently. You can witching bees. Can you witching bees on the 120? I don't remember. I can find out. We can just do it anyway. I'm running 120 as a massive experiment, so we can just do it and see what happens. Being machinist main seems like pure punishment. Being a machinist main seems like pure punishment in Deep Dungeon? Is that what you're talking about? In here? Or like in general? One of any of the odd bosses you can witching but nobody has ever tried yet? I don't think so. I think they have like a boss tag, that's why you can't do it, but in general? Yeah, I mean, I've certainly heard the case of machinist in PvE content and how it's kind of a rough life, but I can tell you in here, in this content, in Deep Dungeon, and especially Palace of the Dead, it's one of the most popular ones for the longest time. And it's just hilarious because they keep trying to like do something machinist that helps them in raid, because if anything, any job in this game, their priority is how they act in raid. So everything under that just trickles down. Like they're not going to modify a job specifically for Deep Dungeon. Like that'll never happen. But because Machinist is in a weird spot in raiding, it keeps getting buffed, so that means it keeps getting better in Deep Dungeon. And it's always such a hilarious kind of dynamic there. It's always been very good in Deep Dungeon for years, and it just keeps getting better and better, even with the last patch in 7.3 where it had drill brought up to, what, 20 plus potency, like, made it even better. In the beginning of EO Emerald, when EO first released, I still remember that when we had the first recorded 500 clears of Eureka Orthos solo, literally 250 of them were Machinists and everything else was all the other jobs. Now, nowadays, I think it's a little bit different. I think there are other jobs that are a little bit more popular than Machinists, and specifically Eureka Orthos. But I would not be surprised if you see a really big influx of Machinists clear Pilgrim's Traverse off the first bit, until like people start figuring out what job is actually going to be a little bit more ideal. Because Machinist is just a really good, powerful, and relatively safe job for soloing. I mean, it's fantastic in Heaven on High, too. I think it's slept on in Heaven on High. Tanks are definitely very, very strong in Heaven on High, but I think it does a wonderful job in Heaven on High. Deep Dungeon welcomes Machinist mains with wide arms? Yeah, seriously. Machinist main? No problem, man. You'll have all 3 titles. I recently came back from unsubbing in 6.1. They streamlined Hawk Mana. They streamlined a lot because of the duty support system. Because they had to make them work with the NPCs, so I think the most recent one they did was Cut or Cry. Dispatch. Interrupt high mobile damage. Maybe needs a match in. We're nerfing Machinists because of Deep Dungeon. Like, oh. Everyone's like, wait, what? You know, maybe I should do a video on that. Maybe that's a good topic. Right before PT. Popular jobs to solo. Machinist! Because you're probably gonna get like a lot of people who still haven't engaged in Deep Dungeon. They don't know any better than what the raid is showing them, right? But I need to have a lot more knowledge on Machinists for like PvE content. That's what I don't have. Just remove interrupt, make it 50% chance without blind. You know, old Machinists, their G City was like Dancer, where you had a 1, 2, 3, but like your 1 had a 50% chance of proccing your 2, which had a 50% chance of proccing your 3. That's so annoying. It used to be like Dancer. It was a 50% chance. Dude, I look up and I see my palms, I'm like, oh, I have 3 strength already. Like, where did all these palms come from? I'm just yapping. What's that patrol? Patrol is over here somewhere. The Archdemon. I've always been interested in your personal history. In my personal history with Deep Dungeon, I'd have to gather that together. I mean, I have all the videos that are chilling there. Thankfully, I've uploaded all of them, but yeah, I'd have to gather that all together. I know that's been a thing that people have asked, not just you, like the interest of like the history of it, of what I know at least. So I gotta get it all together. I mean, I want to do more videos too. I wanna flex my video editing capabilities with a couple of the new programs that I have. Like this week is a good chance for me to kind of like see what I want to do, because once PoE comes in, then I'm gonna be really kind of busy, and then that's pretty much the rest of the year busy kind of thing. How does it fare in Deep Dungeon? So the way I've described Viper, I mean, first and foremost, Viper is cleared. It's a good job. There have been people who like the job. I don't like it as much, but it's fully capable of clearing Deep Dungeon. It's a lot better in EO too, because it's more fleshed out in EO than it is in PoTD and Heaven on High. But the way I describe Viper is that it's a melee class. It's like average on all points. Like it doesn't excel in anything more than some other class, and that's where it kind of holds up for me. That's why it's like okay for me. Because the other melee classes kind of excel in something more. Like they get really good bloodbath, or they get really good kiting, or they have really good bursts. And like Viper to me is it's very consistent with damage. It has decent mobility. So it doesn't really have kiting, so it doesn't excel. But it's capable of clearing. And I definitely say, like, if you're like a Viper main and you like Viper, don't let that stop you. Like, please try it out for yourself. Have you watched people like on YouTube? They maybe do some. I have not seen them on YouTube though. What do they do, by the way? Documentaries. The only thing I don't like about Viper in Deep Dungeon is no shield of any kind. Dragon doesn't have a shield. Monk doesn't have a shield. Monk has a shield in Heaven on High though. What's up, Furpy? What's up, Wallen? Good to see you guys on the Monday. Doing much better. Good to hear it, Wallen. I didn't realize my hammer was up. Samurai, I think, has a shield to get to. It is, yeah. I mean, third eye is third eye. It does something. Tengetsu is much better in Heaven on High. I'm sorry, in EO than Heaven on High and Palace for sure, but it is something. I mean, compared to like literally nothing, right? Viper doesn't have anything going in that department. Oh, that's a problem. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. I knew I'd put myself in a bad spot there. All right, well, it's a little annoying when I'm gonna be on a. It's a little annoying when I'm gonna have to be on a bit of a time limit, but I guess we'll just go faster. I missed most of the Saturday stream, so I have to watch it. But okay, at least you didn't. I hope you didn't miss the stream and you kept your streak going. You never seen that? I just put myself in a bad spot. It's because the that boss in particular has weird timing when it comes to the explodey thing. It's like not consistent. Unlike 160 where it is consistent, so like it's just kind of RNG if I'm gonna get smashed by that by a big amount. I had steel on too. Good. What's up, Willow? I need to handicap myself so I have to go even faster now. Where is it? Oh, well. Am I excited for PoE? I am. It's crazy for them to release a patch like that. The amount of content is as big as some pro releases. I have played PoE 2 since release. I only do hardcore solo self-found. I actually just checked out the rankings like over the weekend to see where my characters were still at. And Season 1, I'm still 469, and Season 2, I'm 437. So I certainly want to get to the top 1,000 for... What the hell, dude? I certainly want to get to the top 1,000 in Season 3. But yeah, a lot of things that they're adding in are really nice. I want to get back into speedruns for Path of Exile. It's the tricky part about speedruns in Path of Exile 2, at least last time when I did it in like Season 1, and not to say that they should, not to say that it's required for people to do this, but the top Witch players that were like the fastest speedrunners for Witch, they did not put their VODs up for anyone to watch. They streamed and then they hid their VODs, and then they don't post them on YouTube, so it's very hard for me to figure out how to be as fast as them when I'm not like necessarily built for like constructing strategies like that as good as some other people. So I kind of just like trying to take as many breadcrumbs as I can. What makes it tough is that it takes a lot of time to develop it. That's what makes it more difficult. It's not my ability to do it. It's more like I now have to figure it out from scratch, and then I kind of don't have time to do it. So, but I get it. I mean, it's completely understandable, especially when you're talking about it actually being a race. Like, if they do speedrun races for a prize, like that's gamesmanship. That's okay. It's just, you know, it's just I kind of wish I had a little bit more to work with, and that's why it's tricky because, like I said, I don't quite have the time to figure out and sit down and theory craft for so long. But at the same time, I had so much fun doing it. And the videos that I have put up have been doing really well, relatively speaking. So it's like I want to do more of it. Like, I want to put my videos out there. I don't care what other people do. But then with that being said, because of the patch coming in Emerald, they're introducing sprinting and a couple other things, and it's like that feels like it's so conducive to doing speedrunning now. You know, even more so. So it's like I want to get back into it because of that. Not a lot. I got Monk PoTD building, and I'm doing a chill Gunbreaker. Nice. You don't have to throw it to make me feel better. I did all for you, Perfy. Just for you. Literally just for you. They sort of do docu-style, mostly about speedrunning or other game events, which led up to the current record. Ah, I see. Man, it's just, I just gotta make sure I get the history right. That's what it is. But I guess it doesn't necessarily need to be right. It just needs to be my perspective, I suppose. Is it Wednesday? Wait, why Wednesday for frogs? People gatekeep it until the tally's over. No, even after the tally's over, they don't really show it either. Because like even after like the races went down, I still couldn't find them. Sprinting is gonna be such a quality out of speedrunners. It's gonna be a very nice risk and reward because of the penalty that you get for like getting hit while sprinting, you know. But I think that's what's gonna make it fun. I would love to try to get back into the races when they do it again for Season 3, but it's not like I don't have something else to do, so that's the problem. I don't know if I'll have time, but at least I want to try to get my feet wet with it again. What's up, Cog? How you feeling, man? Not bad. I just died in 51, or 60, whatever. Do the file again and again. No idea where it originates, but there was a meme for a few years. About some frog going, it's Wednesday, my dudes. Thus Wednesday's a frog day? Interesting. Is that a global thing? I don't think I heard that meme. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, Link Alive, how you doing? No trap, no trap, no trap, no trap. You know, the first file is really nice because it had 1,000,000 strength, and I'm not getting any right now. It's an internet thing. Fair. That's fair. Where's my strength? Okay, let's find this exit. It is... This is a big room, what? I'll kill this imp. Not here. Can my tooth remove today? Still on some meds, and we'll definitely try to power through. Dang. Well, at least you got. At least that problem is hopefully resolved. Okay, let's get out of here. Lay lusts. This time I have lusts. Bum, 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 bum. Ugh, I love this battle theme. Every time I hear it, it tempts me to want to play 13 again. Really? Don't kill my cast. Never play 13. I think it still ages well. I think it's still a good game to play now. Especially nowadays, like, you can get, like, the HD version of a lot of the cutscenes and whatnot. I just first tried Soul today, 41-50, now so tired, Avis. Yo, let's go, dude. Good job. Hope it continues to be fun, if it is fun. I had all 4 wisdom teeth taken out at once. I was high as a kite for a week. Damn. Your cock had a pretty bad tooth issue, so he had to get it done. Suck it up, soldier. That's what they said. Oh, by the way, and we were talking PoE. I am planning to stream as early as I can on Friday. I'm not sure if I'll be there at the 4 o'clock time slot, but I will stream earlier than my 9 o'clock time slot. So, if you want to watch some new season gameplay on Witch, then I'll get you covered. Hopefully, I don't die all the time. I feel like I should be decent enough to at least make it to Act 4. The new Act 4, and then I'll die in Act 4, it's fine. Fight some boss, I have no idea what they do. That's my biggest concern right now with hardcore. It's the fact that I'm gonna start... Were there like 20 new bosses? I'm gonna die in at least one of them, come on. One of them's gotta kill me. Oh, it's not just Act 4. So what they're having is that they're having Act 4, right? And then you can't technically have Cruelty anymore because, you know, Cruelty was Act 1 to 3. So what they're doing is Cruelty's gone. and they're adding an interlude acts for Act 1, 2, and 3. So they're still technically Act 1, 2, and 3, but they're short stories in a completely different area with a whole new story and all new bosses. And it should, I guess they're assuming that the time it takes you from like Act 4 to Act 1, 2, and 3 interlude is like the same amount of time as Cruelty, so... Oh yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dying. I was telling Ross, if there's another boss like, the Sekima chick, where like the poison cloud comes up, that's it, dude. I'm dead. If I can't figure out the strategy, I'm gone. What's up, Durin? I need to play just to have experience the interlude before it's gone. Yeah, and that's the thing too, yeah, because they're gonna change it out. Thing is, like, I'm gonna rush through it. I don't know if I'm gonna care about the, I don't know if I'm gonna care about the actual story. We'll see. I'm unsure what I'm doing about that. I mean, the PoE story was alright. I mean, I was loosely following it, but I didn't really care that much. But P5 Royal last week, but only able to start this week after fixing. Ooh, what kind of controller system do you have? Aida was telling me that their analog stick was drifting on their PS5 controller, which I'm like, damn, I know what that feels like. Just doing some Sage. So far, it challenges the strong healer reputation for me, probably because I'm stingy on potions, though. That's fair. I don't really care about the story that much, but it's an experience, even if it's somewhat minor. Yeah, and it's like new content for the season, right? So it's gonna be different content when the next season comes around. So at least it's just something you only experience the one time. Yeah. Well, I mean, I gotta get a character 80 plus, and then I'm good. Or at least we gotta get as far as we can before Deep Dungeon shows up. Alright, I'm about 30 minutes behind schedule, so we gotta really fly, guys. I made the schedule very tight, and it was contingent on me not dying. Now that we've died, it's like, okay, well, I really gotta make up time now. I'm probably gonna drop back to Ranger if you play it. Yo, do it. You can play Ice Ranger now, because they're trying to make Ice a lot more viable. And I think they added in new abilities for Ice. Am I going back? Yeah, 100%. I am very excited about going back to PoE. I was mentioning this before, but like in the last season, I actually was very tilted at myself because when I died on my last character at level 94, I literally, that map that I died on, I had just gotten a minion that I was so excited to get to try him out, and then like 10 minutes later I died. And I was so upset. I'm like, dude, I didn't even get a chance to try out this minion. So I have like a bone to pick. Like, I want to get the minion back. I want to be able to experiment with the minion. And not to mention, the Spectres are a lot better than they are now. Just, they're cheaper, and they're just a flat 25% more damage. And it's like, okay, so more Spectres, let's go. I'm actually really excited about that. And actually, it's just a base 25 boost. You can actually boost it even further than that. I think you can boost it another 20, so they can be doing like literally 50% more damage than they did before. And I thought they were great already. The note that they had was that they were not doing as much damage as it should. And I'm like, really? Like they were doing amazing for me. You gonna play Merc again? I am just Witch main. I have done no class other than Witch. I don't play other classes. I only play Witch, and it's specifically Infernal Witch because I tried Lich and it wasn't really up my alley. I just want more minions, and Infernalist gives me more minions, period. So it's just Infernalist. I hope that they add in more spirit nodes, because they're changing the tree around again too. So I hope they add more spirit nodes, because that was great. They added one spirit node, which I was very happy with, but I wanted more. Be back in a bit. Need to run, walk a leisurely pace. Okay, sounds good, sounds good. I should be good. Had the ultimate bad tank roulette today. My flares immediately ripped aggro and mobs would stay on me till the end of the pool. Did they just not have tank stands, or were they just not hitting buttons? I mean, in this game, all you gotta do is sneeze and you have aggro for like a lifetime. Guys, let's not die again. Just not hitting AoEs. Oh, I see. So like he was just single targeting. That's unfortunate. Single target on mom. Did you guys try to help him, or was he just stubborn? I don't do roulettes enough to have to worry about that, but not a single chat message from them. Dang. Apparently there is a log back in campaign going on now. That's the effect of it. I mean, I don't know. Probably not. And that's just like one incident. I mean, if it happens all the time, then sure, but I could have just been a regular player that, you know, just simply just didn't care. Although you can tell with the, if they had the spout icon or the returning icon, because you could see that if they had it on, then maybe, sure. Returner? Okay, maybe it was then. That's roulette. You guys can carry yourselves. Not a big deal. The dungeons are easy enough to just kind of YOLO, right? Do the new deep dungeons function like PoTD and Heaven on High? I mean, functionality, yeah, it's pretty much the same. You're gonna expect a different challenge out of EO. We don't know much with PT though. I couldn't tell you about PT yet, the new one coming in, because we've only seen so much of it. They are adding a brand new mechanic to Pilgrim's Traverse that is not in the other three, which is called the Votives. So that's going to be different, but generally speaking, you're expecting the same cadence in terms of like the floors, the random floors, the bosses, etc. Like that vibe is still kind of the same. You're the cats! Hey, thanks for the raid! Welcome in! I'll give you the shout out in a little bit. Welcome in, guys. Let me get to the floor transition here. Jay, hello, how you guys doing? Welcome in. You're the cat themselves? How is stream? Hey, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome in, I'm Angel's Demoness. We are doing Deep Dungeon Solo in Final Fantasy XIV. I'm setting up a Pictomancer file for a challenge run that we're doing in the near future. So it's a pleasure to have you here. Today's like a chill day for me because when we set up files, I presumably won't die, although ironically I did die earlier. But that's, we don't talk about that. Playing arts? Ooh. I do appreciate the artists of the world. How's Picto in here? Picto is very good in specifically Palace of the Dead, in my opinion. I think it does a really, really good job. I mean, you can see it for yourself. It's very bursty and very strong. So, welcome in, Saint Cinder. Hello, guys. I hope you guys are having a lovely day today. Thanks for being in the crew over here. I really appreciate it. We're kind of chatting about the new Deep Dungeon showing up. We're chatting about Path of Exile 2 because I am very excited about the Path of Exile 2 patch coming in on Friday. Very excited. Like, I've been playing Path of Exile 2 since its release, and I've been having a blast with that game. Hey FaZe, how you doing? Good to see you. Happy Monday. I missed. Oh, fantastic. I love that for me. I missed again. Unreal. Can you just die from my paintbrush? That'd be great. Excited for the new Deep Dungeon. Don't know much about Path of Exile. Path of Exile, it's like if you've ever played Diablo 1, 2, 3, and 4, or Torchlight. It's an ARPG, top-down, isometric. It's a lot of basically like loot farming, like you're running around, grabbing loot, trying to make your character better. The reason I like it is because you can have minions and you can run a minion build, but your minions do all the work. That's me. Last Epoch is part of that too. I'm trying to think of other examples that could be popular. Must be some link between Diablo Hardcore and Deep Dungeons. I think the hardcore sense for sure. I mean, Deep Dungeon I consider hardcore, right? Like, this is basically the hardcore Final Fantasy XIV. The threat that, like, all of your work will evaporate because you die. You know, you put all this time in this file just for it to go away, and having the threat that's present there is kind of the similarity for that. Yeah. Not a lot of games necessarily have that kind of vibe. Or sometimes they just toss it in there because YOLO, but I definitely feel that with the ARPGs and everything. I mean, especially Path of Exile, you can put in like 100 hours into a character just for it to just perish into the leaderboard. At least with Path of Exile, it's not half as bad because when you die, you get shoved into the Standard League. But Diablo, your character is definitely effectively gone. If you die in Diablo 4, like, you just cannot play that character anymore. That's like the true hardcore experience there. You know about Diablo 4? And it's a hardcore experience. It is what it is. Like, you walk into it knowing that that's the case. So, you know, it's either you engage with it or not. But the thing with Diablo 4 is that, in comparison to Path of Exile 2, not to say one is better than the other. Like, I definitely don't want to compare the two games in that sense. Thank you for the follow, Roselink. I could get to max level in Diablo 4 way faster than I could ever come close in Path of Exile 2. Like, I think it would take me like maybe a week to get to max level in like maybe a week or two in Diablo 4, if not faster than that. Path of Exile, I've never hit max level. I've never hit max level in like a month and a half. So it's just a much slower process. I mean, if max level is like your actual goal, right? I mean, it may not necessarily be your goal, but had 500 hours invested into a single Diablo 3 character only for it to disconnect. See, that's the one thing where I very much appreciate Path of Exile 2. And I think maybe Path of Exile 1 is that case. I've disconnected or the game has crashed numerous times. I've never ever lost a character in Path of Exile 2 because they have a lot of safety measures there. And it's so comforting. It's like, if you could just imagine having any of those safety measures in Deep Dungeon when you disconnect out of here, and you just know that your character and your file is okay, that isn't a way that you're abusing it, that's just a night and day, you know? You wouldn't concern yourself with losing time, quote unquote. That's my comfort I have with Path of Exile 2. I don't care what my connection is, it's just we just keep playing. Even though I bet you, this Friday, the servers are probably gonna be pretty shaky, because it's also, this is like a PSA for you guys, they're having their very first free weekend for Path of Exile 2. Anyone can play the game for the weekend, and right now it is a pay-to-play situation with the early access. So if you've never tried it before, you can actually try it for the first time, which I'm sure will bring in a lot of people, which I'm sure will bog down the servers. So, but look, I was there when the game first released, and I was fine on hardcore. Like, I didn't even feel the threat of like losing my character even on the first season. It couldn't possibly be that bad, but you never know, you know? And I think it's smart, like they're three seasons in, 3 patches in. I'm pretty sure they know what to do with the server situation, so I wouldn't be overly concerned if you're looking at hardcore, or even just the experience in general. It should be a fine time. We were 1Q all morning on the release day. Yeah. It didn't take that long to get in. I think I only took like maybe 30 minutes or an hour to get in. Like, it wasn't that long at all. I still kind of remember that experience. I mean, I certainly had a lot worse, that's for sure. We played a game called Wayfinder. Wayfinder was, oh man, I felt so bad for that game because that game was just a tragedy. When you were trying to play that game on release, like, it took them a week just to figure out their servers, and barely anyone could play the game. and they had so much hype leading into the game, and they definitely dropped the ball with that, which really sucked because I thought the game was not too bad, but they dropped the ball in keeping people around. I'll always say this, man, whenever it comes to online games, sometimes it may not even matter how the game plays. Like, your game can be like half-baked, your game could be like mediocre with its gameplay. If you're dealing with an online game, honestly, I would say a majority of people basically will only care if the game just works. Like, if they're not sitting in a queue, if they're actually just in there playing the game. Like, if you can accomplish that, you'll probably be at least a step ahead of many other games out there, you know? If the person can't even play the game, period, then that's really a problem. Mr. Sadie! Yo, our console champion, one of the best controller deep dungeon runners in the planet. And he was doing some Eureka Orthos. I hope you had a good stream over there, Mr. Sadie, and thank you for dropping the crew off here. Welcome in. How did everything go? Angel's Demonist, if it's your first time here, we are setting up a file today because I want to do the DD challenge in Palace of the Dead once more on Pictomancer, so we got to set the file up today. So we're kind of just chilling. That game was definitely mismanaged, but it was fun. Wayfinder, yeah, Corrigan. It was a fun game, I think, and I got a couple people, like, we were playing it on stream, and a lot of people who saw me playing it on stream were sold. They're like, oh wow, I want to really try that game. So it was a fun game, it's just people couldn't play the game, and that was the problem, you know? Thank you for the Prime, dude. 45 months, I really appreciate your friendship, your support. It's just been an absolute pleasure having you in the community and everything. Went well, got to 71 set, and then decided to stop for today. Gotcha. Fantastic, I'm glad things had gone well. I died on 60, so I'm about 30 minutes behind pace, but it's okay. Phase, thanks for the tier 1, let's go! That means a lot. That's a massive support. The tier subs are huge, especially when we're trying to aim for our bigger goal of the Partner Plus program, so thank you so much for that support. I appreciate it, man. You get to dodge ads in a little bit, because I gotta play them soon. Oh. Sneaky, thanks for the Prime! Y'all, let's go, guys! Thank you for the hype trail, yo! Thanks for the support, I appreciate it. Very much means a lot. And look, man, we're gonna get busy in here. 1 month to go-ish before things get very, very busy in here, so... It's a pleasure for a lot of you guys that have hanged around and still kind of watch the streams and still kind of chill with the community after a while. We've been waiting for this new Deep Dungeon to show up, but, you know, it's gonna be real busy up in here. And I'm very excited, very ready. Hey, Silver. Yeah, no problem, FaZe, of course. Happy to help. Mr. Sadie! Oh, you guys are giving this up to Mr. Loken. Let's go. The myth, the man, the legend himself, Lil Loken. Thanks for gifting sub, man. I appreciate it. Well, if either of you two guys who had rated in gotta do any post-stream stuff, of course, do what you gotta do. I just started. I have a time limit of 6 p.m.-ish Eastern, so that's in about 4 hours. So the goal is to 150, but if for some reason I don't get there, then I'm gonna have to just I actually have to just stop. But I will hopefully get to 150. And I want to do something really weird on 120, so I might actually delay it even further. But we gotta get there first, so... Wait, you got the chest? Oh. Wait, you were looking at the exit? I guess that is your face. Okay. Alright. Fortune? I get a lot of fortune today. That's the exit, so I'll go this way first. Blow up in popularity. Hopefully you blow up and Finn get the recognition I deserve. Oh, thank you. No, I know what you meant. It's been, you know, after seeing how EO went, I'm pretty positive, generally speaking. I mean, look, we just do our thing. whether or not things happen or not, honestly, for me, that's not technically the priority. Although it is kind of good for the revenue, but we just do our thing, right? Basis is I love the content, share the content, help people get through the content. That's really it. That's simple. I do wanna. I hope we get a pretty confirmed date for when PT would show up. I know that the rumors and the speculations are getting a little bit more solidified with the talk of the Monster Hunter collab and the date of, like, you know, early October, probably being where it's probably landing October 7th is kind of the gist of what most people are thinking about. Because I do want to try to get myself on front page on Twitch for that week, and to try to really kind of push that out there with the content, with other people, etc. But I gotta pick a date, so I hope it's either I guess right or we get a little bit more confirmation. I think what do you call it? I would have to register by like middle September, so I'm like half hoping that like by that time they're gonna have a better date or better kind of confirmation somewhere. And maybe Tokyo Game Show should be in September, right? So maybe they announce it in September when the date's gonna be. Maybe that's when I get my solidified answer. So then I could put up a I can try to register for front page, and I've never done front page before on Twitch, not directly. So I want to cross my fingers that I have a good chance of getting into front page, especially since I've been kind of just holding on to that bullet for so long. But I know it's not a guarantee, but they always suggest that you do it like kind of middle of the week, you know, like not the weekend, because a lot of people request the weekend. So I'm looking at it on the Thursday, not the Tuesday release. Tuesday release would be a good day, but here's what I'm logically thinking of: that Tuesday, it's going to be a lot of hype in the community in itself. So we're going to have a lot of people here on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, I'm still going to be building files. I'm thinking Thursday, we might be able to get into the deeper floors. So it would be a good show and like a good follow-up to, you know, kind of day 3 of doing deep dungeons. So that's why I'm thinking a Thursday, not the Tuesday or the Wednesday. Hey Descarte, I'm praying it's that week. Book time off of work, hoping they don't do an EO drop until it's Friday before it drops. I hope. Is that what happened for EO? Was it kind of just like a, oh yeah, by the way, it's coming in this week? I don't even remember. All I knew is that I was ready. I think I was ready at least 2 weeks before the day of itself, but... Alright, I gotta hit an ad here, so 3 minutes of ads. I like to do them in between the floors, so we'll get them out of the way now, and then we'll continue the run. So thank you guys for watching. Friday day before they went, Maiden next week. Gotcha. Okay. Alright, see you in a bit. Ads are going out. Okay, let's go. Like I said, I'm a little behind schedule, so I need to kind of really push this a little bit. We gotta go Sonic fast. Thanks for the hype chain, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the stream. Wait, that really clipped you? Miss Velvet! Either pull is so high. I know it's so high, isn't it? What'd I get? I got spilling tea. Okay. Tea. Oh, I get it, because you're spilling the tea. Oh, yeah. Okay, I get it. What's up, Miss Velvet? Hope you're having a good day today. Happy Monday. Oh, you have a work day today, right? You're working today? Just finished work. Okay, cool. Welcome to freedom. I'm doing not bad. Woke up, had lunch, stream. And then I have stuff to do post-stream. Pretty full day today, but... my Mondays. Gonna do my 91 attempt and pray for no flame puddles. Well, again, watch the VODs, you know. Hopefully something clicks and makes it kind of a little simple for you. But, I still get terrified on the flame puddles, not gonna lie. I think it's more because of the way I put my camera angle. I think it's more what it is. The flame puddles are something Velvet can actually see on the screen. Unlike the ice mechanic where she just doesn't see anything. Dun, 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 dun. Thank God the ice mechanic has a safe spot. Yeah, I know. He's just staying in this spot. It's like GG. That's all you have to worry about. I don't know why I didn't use an echo drop earlier. When I got silenced earlier. I don't want to do it. I had him 12-10, got nothing but flame puddles, either lag or legit mistake. Either no easy ice. I still wish it wasn't that easy, but it's alright. I hope the 99 boss in PT is a little bit more like butt clenching. Like I like the butt clenching fights, you know. You have to really execute to get through there. That's what I want to feel. That safe spot, in my opinion, was silly. Hey, Kix. Nice to see you doing Picto Run. Died as Picto 1. No! Yeah, I died. Last week we died at 187. So I definitely want to stick with this challenge for a little bit. So you're probably going to see Picto until I clear, or at least satisfy with the challenge run. I like the idea of being able to practice, instead of only being able to practice climbing 99. I think that's going to be definitely favorable to a lot more people for sure. That's hands down, yeah. Yo, Lordly! Wow, all these raids, let's go! Yo, cheers, guys. Thank you for all these raids. Lordly, how you doing, dude? Hope you had a good stream over there. Lordly's a wonderful content creator. I'll get you the shout in a little bit. Safe spots don't mean I'm capable of... Well, I mean, you still have to get to the safe spot, right? I mean, it's not like they rescue you into the safe spot. You still have to go there yourself, you know? Hey man, it's going well. So far, I died early, but it's okay. We're trying to make it up. But how was 14 for you? Thank you for shouting out, Lordly. Appreciate that. Hopefully you had a good stream today. 28 kill and 4. Wait, on that singular floor? Holy moly, Shori. Hello, how you doing? Good to see you. It was good. We took care of some random stuff before reset. Pog. Let's go. Nicely done. I'm glad to hear it. And welcome in, guys. I'm Andrew's Demonist, by the way. I do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo. We do quite a lot of variety. We were just seen recently playing a game called Ovis Loop. It's a side-scrolling roguelike. Imagine a sheep with guns and then a roguelite. And I'm probably going to play that a little bit more this week. But what I'm really looking forward to is this Friday for Path of Exile 2 patch. Because I'm pretty big at the Path of Exile 2. We play hardcore solo self-found. And I'm very excited to continue that journey in Path of Exile. But we're definitely gearing up for the new Deep Dungeon coming in next month. And you're going to see a lot of that on this channel. We make the guides. We help people through Deep Dungeons. So that is definitely our thing here. So it's a pleasure having you here. Heiga, I've been watching your videos on how to clear Heaven on High, but I keep messing up and dying in the 90s. Your videos have been so helpful. Oh, we gotta get you through the 90s though, but I'm glad to hear it. You need any tips, any advice? Is it kind of just like, I'm gonna get there, I just need some more time, I'll just watch more videos. But if you need any like tips, I mean, you have all of chat here, many from the community who are very, very much experienced in the ways of Deep Dungeon, as is myself. The art in that game is so stylish. It is really nice. The pixel art, people do really good jobs with the pixel art. The animations and everything are very, very solid. Very solid. Mr. Thigh, hello, yeah. But I hope you're having a good day, Mr. Thigh. I was actually wondering, I died in 190s because I had 4 no items in a row. Is there something you'd recommend for situations like that? So there was someone on YouTube today I didn't get to reply to them. But they're commenting on the video as they're going through the guide, and they're like regurgitating like all the little tips that I say in the video, which makes me feel very happy that like, man, people are already taking to these tips and they're helping them out and everything. And one of the ones that they highlighted that helped them out was something that I try to stress, is that when you walk into a floor with a bad debuff, it isn't necessarily a bad thing that you're like, oh, this floor looks like crap, I'm gonna Serenity right away. What I had recommended was that, especially on a job like Machinist or like a really powerful job, like let's say Picto or something, with the exception of no abilities, it may benefit you that you try to see if you can fight through the floor before you commit to a Serenity. Even if it takes you a couple like extra minutes to get through, maybe you're waiting for cooldowns or something like that, because you might surprise yourself. What seemingly looks like a really bad debuff floor, you might be able to slowly get through, which in turn saves your Serenity, you know? And that's what I would recommend in that situation. Like, look, we've been seeing a lot of like back-to-back-to-back no item floors in 191 from multiple runners, myself included. I've seen it a handful of times more than I'd like, and it's almost like you have to go into it thinking if you get the first one, you need to find some way to just try to fight it, or like hope that if you get another one, that you're just gonna just try to fight through it and just like you know, grit through it, because you might chain them. And that's what I would best recommend. I mean, either that or like check as many chests as you can. If it looks like you're down to like one more Serenity, I mean, you can consider the thought of like using a transformation into the next floor just to protect yourself, or do like a Rage Fortune on that floor to clear it up, even if you're kind of okay with like maybe like getting through. If you see a lot of enemies, maybe you might pull another chest out of there, like just to give you a higher chance of like picking something up that can help you. But you gotta really stretch your resources as best as you can in that type of situation, because what else can you do? I mean, you can't possibly Serenity 4 times in a row, because you only have 3, unless you pick one up, right? So it's just maximizing your tools as best as you can. That would be my suggestion, and it's hard. Like you know, it's asking a lot from you, but that's part of the challenge. Okay. Kega says, I keep misusing palms in the 80s and have little to nothing in the... Okay, that's classic. Alright, I've wiped 4 times so far. 3 from the misused palms, I think, and 1 time where I got to 98. So my question is, if I get really bad floors in the 80s and have to use the Serenity or Petri or Magicite, how do I recover? Is recovery possible? I mean, it's not impossible, but you kind of, in my opinion, you don't really bank on the game helping you. Like, that's how I approach it, right? That you walk into... I mean, look, even peels back even further, Haga. You don't have to say this, you can kind of think of it to yourself, but are you stepping into 81 with, like, almost a full set of palms? Like, do you have, like, 3 Petri, 3 Magicite? You know, stuff like that. Because that could also ripple effect into the floor. If you're finding yourself using a lot in 81, you want to make sure that you have things to use into 81. So if you're actually walking into 81 with only 4, and then you have to use 4... into 81 to get off, well, now you have 0 to 91 if you don't pick up anything. Whereas if you walk in with 6 and then you use 4, well, now you have 2. You know, like, just like kind of simple math that way. But a lot of like what I try to do is we try to really fight through the floors that seem like they don't need that much help. Like, you get into a no debuff floor, or you get a haste floor, or you get a low HP floor where like you kind of manage it. Like, you trying to force yourself to fight through that, because, hey, it could be a lot worse, right? And then it's about kind of spreading the resources out. Use a Serenity 1 time, then a Magicite the other time, then a Patch the other time, so you have a mix of them in your inventory. Getting to chests as much as possible is also kind of the thing that helps you out, but again, don't really bank on getting things back. Sometimes you just don't, but you still want to give yourself as much of an opportunity to recover as much as you can. And it does come down to like picking up those chests in every opportunity that you have. So yeah, it's Heaven on High is such a roulette. It's such a slot machine that like you could recover, but you could also never see anything ever again. It's like welcome to Heaven on High. So it's just trying to give yourself the greatest chance of victory by taking all of your resources and using them to the maximum potential. Let me catch up in chat. Let me see if I can continue this. Especially try to fight if you have strength or steel up, or if it's flighted and altered. To Rory's point, yeah. And I think Shinny was also kind of alluding this to Palace of Dead, but it also applies to Heaven on High, where like if you roll a Strength and Steel, and you have a carryover into the next floor, well, that gives you a reason to kind of use a lot of it. So here's a consideration both for Palace and Heaven on High. Let's say you use the Strength and Steel on one floor. We're talking like the high floors, right? You walk into the next floor and you have about 5 minutes left on it. If in Heaven on High you end up doing a Magicite on that floor, or you do a Rage on that floor, well, your Strength and Steel are now just kind of just decaying away without getting a use for it. When it probably would have been a better idea to actually fight through the floor with 5 minutes of Strength and Steel, because you might actually have enough time to clear the floor with that buff on. You know what I mean? And those are kind of situations where you just kind of maximize what you had on you and making the most of it. So now you save that floor wipe for another floor, which would get the better benefit if you don't have the Strength and Steel. So that's those like kind of mini optimization things that could also come into play, that could also help you out in the long run for like decision making and whatnot. I remember getting annoyed at my last stage run because the 70s were being unusually stingy on landmines. Yeah, sometimes look, they're there, but they're not guaranteed. You know, like we say that they could be there, but look, landmine, it's here. I have a landmine here. But it's not necessarily guaranteed that you'll see it. Also, personally, I like Gunbreaker better than Warrior. That's me. Gunbreaker has a better burst to burn down mods and personal preference. Yeah, Gunbreaker is strong. I just have a little bit more fun in Warrior. Understanding what you can and can't fight based on your own experience helps a lot in understanding what you need and don't use. So try to fight everything you come across, you see it's doable, especially if you're trying on tank. You'll see what's fightable, so the decision-making comes faster the next time, and you won't be pressed for time, therefore less prone to using Pictomancer. So yeah, what Cog said is very good. That's a very good kind of piece of advice, too. I mean, there are a lot of intricacies, too, to, like, the little tiny details. Like, if you find yourself being a little indecisive, kind of alluding to what Cog is saying, you're losing time because you're being indecisive. And that could also be, like, you know, an extra kill that you could have squeezed out of, you know? Hey, Blue Mage. It seems super possible that it might clear through on Friday, which would be amazing, because that's my birthday. Nice! Well, I hope you'll be in when I'm playing Path of Exile, that you'll come on in and celebrate when that happens then. Hell yeah, Blue Mage. Yeah, hey, good. No problem. I hope it helps you. More importantly, I hope the advice actually helps you and it gives you some results, because that's what's most important. Yeah, I mean, it looks like you're right there. I mean, it's just a little cleanup. And something that actually I think is very, very good for you, Haga, to identify is that I think a lot of people, actually not as much as before, but there have been people in the past where they're like, oh man, you know, 81 is so hard, 91 is so hard, how do I get through this floor? But they don't look at the fact that they walked in with nothing. It's like, if I walked in 81 plus with nothing, yeah, it's gonna be really freaking hard. I walk in with 81 plus, hoping that I have a full complement of everything, and then it helps me get into 91. And then in the same way that you walk into 91 with nothing to use, yeah, it's gonna be really freaking hard. Like I bet any runner who walks in 91 plus without a single palm is going to have a hard time, right? I mean, that's a given. But sometimes, like, you don't look backwards. You don't think about, well, if I had a good 81, then that would mean I would have a good 91, and you've already recognized that, so yeah. Aurora does that for fun. Well, I do that for fun now too with the freaking DD challenge. Oh, you have all your palms? Good luck, you can't use them. That's the DD challenge, man. It's so hard. But yeah, I mean, it really stretches a lot of that strategy, decision making, and everything, which is great in my opinion. Store did not have anything interesting deals this week, but found a 200-gram cheeseburger with fries in the pub next to it. That's like a slider in America, right? Isn't that like the size of a slider? I had a Super Scup 21 plus Gunbreaker clear recently that I know I would have failed if I didn't know what I could and could not fight. My last 91 had an 80 plus Warriors in Heaven on High. I only found 2 Magicites the full run. Oh, dude, oh my god. I had 2 runs in my history of Heaven on High, and we've cleared over 100 times where I didn't see a single Magicite for like 80 floors. It was awesome. And by awesome, I mean irritating, but also funny. Sometimes it just be like that for Heaven on High. So here's a good question for you guys in chat. The guys who are kind of veterans of Deep Dungeon, would you like to see the absolute wonkiness of Pomander RNG like Heaven on High, or do you want something like EO where it's a little bit more weighted towards certain things? I think I would prefer Heaven on High wonkiness, but even then, there's still some of them are a little too extreme. Like the raising and the Magicites were a little too extreme, but then I also thought Demi-Clones were a little too extreme in the other direction too. Like for some reason, I don't know if it's just my personal luck in Palace of the Dead, but I've always felt Palace of the Dead Pomanders were pretty fair across the board. Like, I always get what I need, I always have what I need, and then you just sprinkle a little RNG kind of, you know, here and there. Sometimes you pick up a lot, sometimes you don't, but it doesn't feel weird by the time you get to the higher floors. Now, it could be a product of there being 200 floors, so you have more opportunity to pick things up. But Palace to me felt more fair, and then Heaven on High was way in the opposite direction, and then EO was way back, it like whiplashed you back into the other direction of like being a little too generous, in my opinion. The wonkiness is why, yeah, I know you hate it, Cog. You want the wonkiness, Discarte. I think I want the wonkiness. Managed to clear 200 floors on EO with my group, and we somehow had such poor RNG. We didn't hit 99 Aether Pull until... Oh, that's not bad RNG. That's a product of EO. If you didn't start with, like, max Aether Pull in EO and you're trying to climb up, you're more than likely not maxing it on the way up. It's actually... What you would have looked at instead is that you would have gotten a lot of Demi-Clones. That's why you would have had low Aether Pull. I know that all too well, unfortunately. Somewhere in between the two, I think. Good Rory. A-Trace, I feel like you can work around most things with enough experience. EO feels like you either get everything and easy clear, or nothing, it's a nightmare. Yeah. We got 6 Onion Knights. Yeah, see, those Onion Knights were your Aether Pull. That's why it was off-centered. PoTD just has so many floors, and the early floors are so easy, fast, so you can get the items so fast. Yeah, it could be a product of PoTD just being too many floors. Really like the conditionality of EO palms, either having to combine them to get a floor up effect, requiring massive skill or rare conditions. That's true, I really did. You know, the Storms I thought was a pretty good thought on a Pomander, in terms of, like, you know, getting a little bit of a different type of Petrify, and you needed some skill to execute it. I thought Lethargy was a little too strong for the progression stage, so I'm kind of hoping that's not in PT at the very least. You don't have a palm that helps learning. like, you know, that was kind of just funky, I guess, but... I don't love that Heaven High just gives you... not give you a thing for 44s. Also think demis are too common and reduce the actual interesting decisions with other palms. Kind of a shame, because weapons are some of the best in the game. Just defeated the farm UE, Aether Pull EO. Yeah, and farming Aether Pull in EO is just really rough. You know, that's the problem. Really like the design of EO palms overall. I thought the I don't think I liked the Dreadnought though, because like I remember when we were theory crafting about like when we first saw Dreadnought and we saw what it was doing, there was definitely a lot of really neat theory crafting about how we can utilize it, but I think its extreme rarity just kind of changed like how we were going to use it, and then it just became, like, in my opinion, it's just kind of a waste of potential, because of it being so rare, you wouldn't ever really think about using it as a lust into a boss, like a floor wipe into a lust, because it's like you don't even know if you're gonna get one back ever. Like, that's the extreme part. That's like the extreme Heaven on High situation of the palm dropping, you know. Do we know the weapon color PT? We do. Well, PT is gonna be a stained glass. I don't know the base weapon. You could probably dye the base color weapon, but it's gonna be like revolving around a stained glass thing, and it's kind of cool. I feel like they think Dread is the strongest palm in EO because of the way that they weighted the RNG. Heiga has one more question. It's probably the most subjective. I currently have a save at 81 with basically full palms and an Odin. I figured the play would be try and get through 80s while using the necessities for the floor, but if time is running tight, I can go slower in Odin. I feel like I'm answering my own question, but I like your thought process on it. I'm relatively new. That is precisely how I would do it, Haga. That is exactly the way that I would handle it. Basically, I would run normally. Like, I wouldn't be too aggressive or too passive with my Poemanders. I would think like, oh, you know, I have the Odin, it's there, but I will conduct my way as I normally will. And then about 87, like about 87 is where I look at the time. Let's say you walk into 87 with like 25 or 30 minutes remaining. That's enough time to push into the boss and fight the boss normally, because I would argue that Odin would have more value, in 91 plus. Now, if you fought the 90 boss and you're comfortable with it, it would have value. If you're tricky and you're like dicey on the 90 boss, well, the value for that would be having it on the 90 boss, because at least you can bypass the 90 boss. But then if you walk into if you walk into 87 with like, let's say less than 20 minutes, that's tight on time. You would need roughly about, what, like 8 to 12 minutes on the boss to kill him. So that's leaving you about 8 minutes to get through 3 floors. Then you slow it down and you plan to Odin. So that 87 floor is where I would check your time and then make your adjustments that way. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly how I do it. Yo, what's up, Panda? How you doing? I don't think they'll glow. Hop in Offset's phase. Gonna do my attempt. Don't want any applications running in the background. Have a good one. Good luck. Let me know how it goes. But in reality, Lethargy and Storm are both much more powerful commanders. Yeah. Lethargy's very strong. They show the base design, but don't know if there is a second stage. The EO technically had a second stage, right? Like, it was just like slightly more brighter. It was slightly more obvious, I guess. That run the other day where I only had 2 dreads total, but that run was flooded with Onion Knights, so who cares? Yeah, Onion Knights take care of it, yep. I think it's really interesting because with the situation of Demi-Clones, right? You would, let's say, use it on the boss. Let's say they plan it that people would use it on the boss. I feel like they kind of like compensated for the fact that they were expecting people to use it on the bosses, so they try to give you a little bit more so you can get it back, which I think was just too much in that direction. They did, but it was red instead of blue. It was kind of whatever as sincere dyeable. The glow was still kind of red though, right? Oh, the EO stage was dyeable, not the first one. Storms with no auto heal always feels so good whenever... So good, like a forever Petri. And there they manipulated the auto heal chances in EO to make that happen. From white to black. Okay. Your great help, says Troy in Deep Dungeon. I really like the positive vibe you give. Thanks again. Oh, no problem. I have a question. While watching your guide on PoTD, you said any food that's 450 that isn't that, but isn't there any particular food to be considered best for mechanics, of course? So, in my opinion, like how I like to just make it very simple story, is that food to me is not going to be the difference between you clearing or not clearing. So therefore, it's not really so important that you want to min-max it. But we definitely have had people who have min-maxed the food, because you have speedrunners, you have other kind of, you know, people doing it like really, really hardcore to get the most out of the can. My understanding is that the biggest weights that you have in, I think, all of Deep Dungeon, but I think definitely PoTD, is you want to be having determination and direct hit. Because direct hit gives you direct hit by having food on it, and I think determination for the long run works out. I think there is an argument for skill speed or spell... Well, I like spell speed for casters, but I think there is an argument for skill speed. But I believe the biggest weighted ones you'd want to have is determination and direct hit, if you really, really, really want to min-max. But like I said, it's... In my opinion, you could just use the food that you use for raiding, assuming you're raiding, and just go that way, and you're not going to have too big of an issue. I know someone, I don't have it off the top of my head. I think one of our speedrun buddies had done like a big kind of like spreadsheet on like the benefits of having this stat and what it does for a long run, especially a speed run. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I believe that was the result of it. I've been trying to grind Etherpool for EO, but the game just never wants to give me blue chests. Yeah. EO is, like I said, EO is just a rough experience when it comes to farming Etherpool for whatever reason, which I hope it's not the case in PT. I hope it's a little bit better in PT. You won't be able to direct hit in any deep dungeon unless you use food with direct hit on it, so if you care about that, definitely a great option. Yeah, direct hit is probably one of the biggest ones. Thurin says direct hit speed, death, and crit. He said, okay. It might depend on the job too. Like, would you say all jobs would benefit off skill speed? I guess it's just a blanket thing. Well, casters, I would always do spell speed for casters, except for Pictomancer and Summoner. All the casters except half of them. Well, because for me, Pictomancer, I mean, how many times am I casting a Pictomancer over my motifs? And it doesn't affect your motifs when you're recasting them in combat. And for Summoner, you're doing instant cast most of the time, so I'd rather just take the other stuff over spell speed. But with Black Mage and Summoner, I'm sorry, Black Mage and Red Mage, you're doing mostly casting, so you want the faster casting. And I feel it, even though it's small. Ice Fisher said, lost my run in 181 to a more camp. I had the worst luck on palms. Man, at least you got that far. You got through Behemoth, that's huge, so you take the win on that one. Speed could break your rotation. My only deep dungeon experience has been EO because I really wanted the title, which got me very interested in the other deep dungeons. Has been a blast. I am so happy to hear that, Haga. Like, that's what I'm hoping for people who do Pilgrim's Traverse, because you are seeing definitely a lot of people getting interested in the new deep dungeon, especially people who've never done deep dungeon before. And I hope people try it out, and they're like, oh, I should try the other ones, especially solo. Oh god, I hope that happens. Like you should. It's good content. It's fun. Come on over. We'll help. My lazy reason for choosing speed was for 180. Too many times killing it right when the fatal meteor lands. I remember back in the day with old Gunbreaker, you wanted skill speed because of the way the rotation went out on Behemoth and how tight that was. But nowadays it's not that important, but it could still help out. Spell Seed seems better on Black Mage and Summoner to avoid Bahamut clipping. If that's a thing, I don't know, because I don't pay attention to that, but if that's the case, then I would listen to Silver. But since I find myself doing more instant casts, I don't feel like I need spell speed as much. Speed doesn't break rotation deep dungeons since you're allowed into a lot of small fights. Everything just compared to a dual cast, so it's all. I'm super excited for the new one since these have been fun. I'm kind of scared to try PoTD solo. I like how PoTD is still that one that, like, people fear the most. It's great. I think it's fantastic. But I hope to some way, somehow, that PT becomes that fearful as well. That people will look into PT and be like, oh, this one's gonna be really hard. Like, I hope that actually happens. I don't think so, but I hope it does happen. I misused the bomb. I got Picto to 189 now, which is my best. Decided to give Summoner a crack at it. Picto has spoiled me on the damage. Now doing Heaven on High Summoner, and I love my tune. Yeah, Heaven on High Summoner is very strong. Very strong. It feels really good, especially with Bahamut. I prefer speed stats in Deep Dungeon because sometimes it's just nice to get that extra cast hit out 0.2 faster for killing blow before the double auto lands, etc. And it's not like you're unaligning yourself with the raid boss, unlocking the raid. Yeah. Dying in PoTD means going back 170 floors again. It's just a huge time sink loss, people said. But you always learn something, and that's what you always have to take away, that there is always a lesson to be learned. So yes, it sucks, but that's what we all have to deal with, so... Come here, come here, come here, come here. What I usually learn, I am pretty bad at deep dungeon. It's okay. There's always I'm still learning lessons in this content, you know? There's always something to get out of this. Let me learn what I can get away with without steal on 181 as Picto. Now I just think I get flustered and Mystery to Chimera cast. Look, the classic, man. I hope the OG Chimera's return in Pilgrim's Traverse, dude. I want to walk up to our Chimera, and he looks me dead in the eye, and he's like, bro, I don't know what I'm even using. That's what I want to see. So Chimera, what are you doing today? I don't know. I guess I'll just auto today, whatever. Like, that's the Chimera I want to see in PT. Bringing that back, please. Chimeras don't deserve rotations. They deserve chaos. Chaos. There's so many things flying around here. There's so many big enemies, like, all around here. And thank you for that follow, hey guy, I appreciate it. Why not both Dragon and Ram at the same time, but the cast is offset from one side to the other? Well, they are offset. That's how I would die. Like Ram's voice is faster than Dragon's voice, so if they cast offset, then I'm definitely just dead. And they've done that to me a couple times, which is really kind of just like GG. I guess I'm just dying now. Really unfortunate. That's actually that's actually when I learned in real time that Ram's voice is in fact slightly faster than Dragon's voice. The lessons you learn the hard way. The only enemy I haven't pulled yet in Heaven on High has been the Shinzei. I read it does tank busters and have tried to stay away from it. Well, I'll tell you so much. There are definitely people in this chat that'll tell you that Shinzei aren't half as bad. They do hit pretty freaking hard. Like, don't get me wrong. But there have been a couple people now that are feeling a lot more confident against Shinzeis. I mean, you can sleep them. You could interrupt them. I mean, if you have Steel on, you know, that'll definitely help. But sometimes it is better to get rid of them. I still avoid them. I think they're annoying as hell. But they've killed me a good number of times. But you will see some arguments about Shinzeis not being as terrifying as they are portrayed. Double Chimera is just witching for you. Double Chimera is a clip on YouTube. For me, it's a clip on YouTube. I'm just saying, you know. I have triple Shinzei on stage, strength and frailty. I've also died to a single Shinzei with steel before. You got a little too comfy there, Mr. Willowgreed. Mr. Willowgreed being greedy. I guess it's faster for me to lust this first and then hit the thing. I usually kill it like by now. A lot of my bursts went into a non-lust. Yeah, this works out, I guess. Okay. Next 4. I'll do the ad on the one after this. So not this one. Yeah, don't you get it? Hello? Bro. I didn't set up my pew-pew. That is not... Oh, I clipped you? Alright, that's fine. Where are the people who enjoy pulling dodos? I'll do it once in a while. Very rarely. Because I usually wipe the last 4. If I'm afforded the opportunity. What does it even do? Double attacks, and it'll sleep you and haste itself, so it's now doing double attacks even faster. It does hit like a truck. That's rude. Yeah, well. It is the most powerful enemy in all of Heaven on High. Like I said, it comes down from its nest from floor 100. Check up on its minions on 99 to see if everything is okay, you know? Could you rank deep dungeons in difficulty? Like the clearing PoTD, would the other deep dungeons feel easier or more difficult? Okay, I'm gonna answer this, Shori, in my own subjective opinion. Because I think there is definitely one where I can be a little bit more objective, but I'll give it in my own subjective thought process in terms of how the runs have been going for me and how they rank for me for easy to difficult, okay? So, factoring in streaming, factoring in, you know, the interaction with you guys and everything, and doing it live, blah, 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 I would say... It's always been a toss-up between me and Heaven on High. I think for me, Palace is technically the easiest because I just have a consistent clear rate. Heaven on High, I've lost a couple runs because of the RNG on some other classes that like I usually would win on, which are like Dragoon and Reaper. So I probably would put PoTD and Heaven on High like very close to each other, but I probably would give the edge to the PoTD, and it could also be a little bit of confirmation bias because I've done a lot more PoTD lately. And we've been very successful in PoTD. But EO, to me, has always been the most difficult on stream. Just because it does take more attention for me to give to the content when I'm trying to balance the whole thing out and trying to, like, you know, I want to talk with you guys, converse with you guys, but EO, it's like I gotta really put in a lot more attention to it on a run-to-run basis. So, like, I would find myself wiping EO more than the other two. It could also be a little bit of a lack of experience in relatively speaking, where I have way more experience in PoTD and Heaven on High versus EO, which I don't have as much time at all. Now, it's going to be interesting, though, because with now PT coming in, I wonder if I'm going to feel the same about that. If EO is difficult for me because of the fact that it is mechanical, or the way that it's set up is why it's more difficult for me right now. But yeah, that's a subjective thing. There's I would give a different answer if we're talking more like community-based, objective look at it from like what most people are talking about. To re-clear for you. Yeah, and the reason why, and to me, the way I look at it for EO, the only reason why it's easier and why arguably people say it's easier on the re-clear especially, it's because you're not changing your game plan. You're doing the same game plan for literally 20 jobs, minus Astro. Whereas when you walk in Heaven on High and PoTD, you're having a bare minimum of 5 different game plans. Like, you don't do the same thing on tank that you do in melee. You don't do the same thing you do on caster and on Fizz range. Like, you do things differently with how you conduct yourself, even down to, like, doing pox. Like, even arguably, the pox situation in EO isn't that important because you can still just demi-cone your way out of it, you know? It doesn't really affect you as much as it does with the other ones. But that's why in Heaven on High, I'm sorry, that's why in EO it gets that kind of reputation of being quote-unquote easier. It's more the re-clear is easier. But also, like, I'm sure, like, arguably speaking, this is just like a thing that I think is true. It's the fact that if you arm someone with the information about how to do EO versus how to do Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High, there's probably a whole lot more likely chance they'll clear EO faster than Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High with that information. Because there's still a whole lot more execution you need to do in Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High that sometimes aren't covered in the videos, whereas EO, you can kind of just do the song and dance and get through. But even then, mechanically, it could still be very difficult for someone, and Palace and Heaven on High is just not as difficult to them, you know? It's still a subjective thing. People will handle they'll handle difficulties differently between each other, you know? Like, one of the things that always sticks out to me was I had someone trying to go for EO, and they're like, bro, I keep dying to mechanics because I have severe ADHD and I cannot focus on what's going on, and that's a real and legitimate reason why you're having a struggle in EO. Like you know, that's a very real thing that could be causing that one singular person so many issues with that content. So those are things that can happen. You have someone like Velvet earlier, who was in here earlier, who has some pretty wild color blindness. She can't see yellow and blue, and so it could very well be possible that, you know, one of the deep dungeons is just really, really bad for her because she just can't see the damn content. Like, those are things where that changes for that individual person, you know? So those are, like, the kind of extreme factors that can play. Of course, you have, like, your median for, like, most people out there, but... It's a lot of initial info though, but it has less job variance difficulty. I have the updated Eureka Orthos guide. Spend palms to kill patrols. Keep clones at 2. Thanks, Ross. Thanks for updating the guide for us. I really appreciate that. Ross's guides can fit in one short so easy, dude. Like, he can just make a short series on the deep dungeon guides, and boom, he's gonna help so many people clear. I hit that chest 3 times. To me, Heaven on High feels mechanically easier in the bosses. Yes, bosses in Heaven on High are kind of a joke. But I think, honestly, like, I think it's just been there for so long, and then you don't have something like, Behemoth and Godfather to worry about, or even the 160 boss. And that's probably why, you know, after doing it for so many times, it's like, okay, yeah, it gets a little boring. EO is more difficult, but I don't know. I feel like maybe EO will get to that point, especially like the floor 10 boss. The floor 10 boss, even though it has more mechanics, it just takes so long to get through. It's like you start to feel fatigue out of that boss, you know? I don't understand why people are trying to make it more complicated. You're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Ross. You know, I believe you, man. Heaven on High on tank is chill. DPS Heaven on High is a different story. Heaven on High bosses are... time sucks, that's it. I get another rage. EO bosses are fast but mechanic heavy. I think the 90 boss is still my favorite boss for EO. For all the deep dungeon, the EO 90 boss. I mean, I still like Godfather and Behemoth, but I would say my favorite boss, aside from them, is Administrator. Because of how fast that boss is. It's just so much fun to execute that fight. I hope, like, every boss in PT is Administrator 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. Like, that's what I hope. I just want to be, like, on my toes the entire damn fight. EO boss's biggest threat is falling asleep. I mean, that's what demi-clones are for, right? Honestly, it's so funny. Hognetti, I definitely will agree with you on that front about the fact that EO bosses are kind of a snooze fest. Until I started changing the music to Octopath, and I actually started liking the bosses again, because I just had better music playing with it, honestly. I think Administrator is the only decent boss in EO. I like progging them. Like 80, like the Hydra is still terrifying to me, you know? I see spicing things up. I should try it. Yeah. Ross, sorry about your death yesterday. I apologize. On behalf of the Deep Dungeon community. I'm sorry for your loss. Une can F. Look, you and Une Hannah have a complicated thing. Okay, I get it. It's touch and go. Sometimes it's okay. Other days it's, you know, full on divorce. I get it. I find going through PoTD boring at higher floors on tanks, but if I'm chatting to people when I do it, I don't really notice the time. Yeah, and that's my perspective, Panda. Like, it's a little biased and it's a little unique. Because, like, even the lower floors right now, like, like, if I were to give you a percentage of attention I'm giving the game to you guys, it's like 70-30 chat to game, you know? Like occasionally I'll like pay attention to like how my HP is, but generally speaking, I'm more looking at chat than here, and that benefits me getting through these floors. Like I'm not bored. But then if I'm doing this off stream, like over the weekend, I was setting up a whole bunch of files for the Aether Pool farm because I decided to nuke all my alts so I can get that ready for when the patch shows up, which I was trying to see if it shows up tomorrow, but it doesn't seem like it's tomorrow, so it's probably going to be next week, which is fine. And like I had a Twitch stream up, I was watching VODs, like I was distracting myself the entire time. I was listening to music, so like, you know, I would not be giving my full attention to the content at all. Like I would just be kind of just going through the motions. So when the heck is this? I guess it's next week. And then I guess 4 weeks after that is this PT, I guess. I think the way you did EO probably gives you a different perspective than us and how the bosses felt. Oh, you mean like blind? I mean, I think like some of them are boring now, but like I still appreciate them for like the initial experience, right? Like I still treasure that EO. Like, okay, I'll have my comments about EO, right? I'm not in there a lot. I don't have as much fun with EO, but I will not diminish that experience of doing it blind. That was amazing. Like the whole thing, like just doing the content itself. You guys, some of you guys being there and experiencing it with me, like that whole environment was amazing, and I hope we can duplicate that, if not better, for PT. That does not take away from that at all. But of course, like the repeat value is where, for sure, it's lacking on my end. But that is what it is. That's just the way the content was designed, right? I mean, like I said, you see me in Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High so often versus EO, but it's just simply because I just have more fun with this stuff. But I still had a blast doing it blind. It was so much fun. I'm so excited to do it all over again with PT. Just on Warrior this time instead of Red Mage. But I still wanna like, you know, finish at a reasonable amount of time with the tools that I have. I want to give myself the maximum potential of succeeding, which I think for me is just gonna have to be Warrior. But I might swap jobs. You never know. It depends on how I'm feeling. Purete. What is the command about Aetherpool tweet? Project! Exclamation point project. And it's still gonna stay like that because I'll definitely use it for when we go back into it. What are you looking for, JCN, by the way? Just a tweet? Gotcha. I got you. Forgot the dev's name. Yeah, he had a recent tweet, basically saying all I want is for people to have fun. That was his tweet. I'm like, oh, well, I want to have fun too. Site. Hello? Okay. How do you handle solo blind? Oops. Blind prog. I tried to go in Eerie solo with no need to pull to start doing my computer making 410. Where's my video? Hold on. We have a video for this. Here we go. Although to be fair, this video doesn't explain the 1 to 9, to be fair. But I did do a video on Shinny where we actually went through all 21 jobs and we tried to see if we can clear floor 10. Now, in terms of getting through the floors, it was pretty much slow and steady. I would just do like single pulls, except unless I was healer or tank, then I would do AoE pulls, and that seemed okay to me. And by the way, we're talking no potsherds. Like, we don't have regen potions for this whole thing, so we're climbing without regen potions. But yeah, it was just basically like single pulling, being careful, taking your time. Like on a DPS class, you're probably almost taking the full lockout, maybe 40 minutes to get through. is what it is. And 1 to 10 is the more difficult. Once you get past 10, then it kind of eases up from there, in my opinion. Just getting through 10 is the problem. EO will always be the hardest for you, even after PT. On-stream, off-team. Well, I mean, you can't say that until you do PT. You can't possibly say that until you do PT, though. You know what I mean? Like, up until you started solo? What do you mean? But when I did PT, it was in a party form. Yes, when I did PT blind, it was in a party. I did it with a party. But we did go back and we did that project where we took it like no ether pull, like a roguelite challenge. We no ether pull, no nothing, and then tried to see what jobs to get through on floor 10, like a fresh run. Speculation out PT you feel. You don't think I did PT yet? I don't think I did PT yet either. You're right. True. I never problems with mobs other than just mobs took too long to respawn and kept getting in the way. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, it's a combination of EO for the higher HP pull into the short respawn. So by the time you kill one, another one's showing up. Did I say when I did PT? Okay. That's right. I'm sure you guys know what I meant. What's the resolution? My palms are full. Wait, I popped a raising, but I didn't pick it up. Okay, noted. I cleared around the time when you had the Discord situation, so I was so excited. I was so excited for solving it. Hell yeah. I think it's still too early to steal. I'll steal eventually. I don't like all these gloom floors. Yo, Jola, hello, how you doing? Machinist Demicone felt so OP. Well, that's why Machinist was one of the jobs we had tried to do with the no gold chest challenge. I know Ross was trying to do it with Black Mage, but yeah, trying to do it with Machinist, you know? Dang, good job. I don't think I've ever seen that high personally from me. Most I think I got was like maybe a 1.51, maybe. Okay, now I can strength. I'm gonna actually do the resolution here. It was good with making gotcha. No chest shop. Look at all the silver chests that I didn't get on my Machinist run last week. Incredible. Oh, I didn't move that at all. Oops. Hey! I hope you like it when it gets there. I just renewed the contract with them, so we're doing another year of them. Very excited. Very excited. I didn't get any chests from that. I didn't get any lusts either. Alright. Ah, yes. My music against the Necromancer. Any reason? So we failed our challenge run last week, so I'm just back on Picto just to reset it up again, Emily. I want to get at least into the 190s for the Deep Dungeon challenge. I keep failing the Deep Dungeon challenge. I want to do better. Hope you're having a good day, Emily. Oh, a heads up, guys. I am not streaming next Monday. However, I might stream next Wednesday. Next Monday, I'm taking a day off, but I might stream next Wednesday because I technically have a day, an off day on that one too. So, might move the stream to a Wednesday for next week. So just heads up. That's a might, but the Monday is guaranteed. Yeah, it really does, and it's really pushing my limits on the content, which has been a lot of fun. That's why I wanna go for it, you know. I think it's gonna be good for like showing like what kind of decision making I have to have and everything, which has always been something that I want to get more out there, you know. But I should have surecasted. I didn't surecast. Okay. Am I wearing a hoodie or a jacket right now? Neither. My character has a nice little caster robe though. I forgot which piece this is. We need the patch drops on next week so that the Wednesday is fresh. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh man, if that's the case, then I would want to do the Ether Pull on the Wednesday, not the Pictomancer run. The Pictomancer run could wait. Yeah, that would be true. I'd rather do the Ether Pull the Tuesday and the Wednesday, maybe. Right now, like my schedule, like my IRL scheduling, basically hard stops next Monday. I haven't thought of anything past that day. So, I'll get to it eventually, but I haven't thought of anything past that Monday. Just to mention, I pretty much just envision myself like living in Path of Exile for like a month, so. Yo, what's up, Gwen? Alright, we did it. I gotta hit an ad here, but let me get some particulars out of the way. First and foremost, our goal is 150 today. However, I do have 2 hours left on my clock, so I need to get that within 2 hours. Actually 3 hours. And then at 120, I want to do something wild and crazy, so stay tuned for that one. But let me hit an ad here. We'll continue going in, and I'll see you in a little bit. BRB, thank you guys for watching. 3 minutes on Twitch, a little less than that on YouTube. BRB. I am so... I cannot express any further how excited I am for Path of Exile. I've been saying it every time. Get into a conversation on it, like, talk to me Path of Exile. I'm so excited for Path of Exile. It's wild. I want to, and I want to get back into speedruns. It's just... I just don't know if I have time for it. I'm actually... I'm actually thinking about seeing if anyone has any videos tonight, and to see if I can do some practicing and like get my feet wet again in Path of Exile to see like what the strategies are now, just so I'm not completely like out of it. You know, that's what I'm thinking of doing tonight. Well, I'm not sure. It depends on what I want to do, but you wish you were excited. You have so many things to do though, Carl. Like you have a very tight schedule coming in. I'm like free. Like I am basically open for the month. That's why I'm excited. Like, I don't have anything else to look forward to right now. And I've been dying for games for like the past 2 months, so yeah, you have a thing. Like for me, I mean, the Ether Pool video is gonna be my priority, you know, so I have to do that. I have to get that done, at least on my end, and then do the whole editing for it. But after that, it's like I'm pretty much free to do whatever, you know. That was you standing in the edge. Sorry, I went in so fast, Soda. Sorry about that. Lost came back. I need the raisin to come back. I actually need a raisin. It just feels like they said, yeah, you know what? You guys should have fun and do what you want. Just imagine playing a game and having fun, Ross. I mean, you know? But I also feel like what they did doesn't seem like it's that game breaking, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem like it's gonna throw the gates that wide open. Zero cruelty is also good. Well, to be fair, I think that was what it was gonna be in the beginning, right? So it was just a matter of time till that was going to happen. So I think like it was coming. It's just you have to be more patient about it, and then boom, it's here. So there's only A1 Witch on speedrun from 4 months ago. Nothing on A3, A6. I'll work with an A1. Is that on the speedrun.com? Oh, you said speedrun. Okay. I wonder if someone posted things without putting it on speedrun, because like here's the thing, for me, Gims, even if I do a really good speedrun, I don't know if I'd submit it into speedrun.com because I don't really care that much. Like my priority would be the racing. So I imagine that there are videos on YouTube of like someone doing a speedrun that they just didn't submit into speedrun.com. Welcome back to the ads, guys. It was okay, you wanted a picture. Soda, if you're still here in like 20 minutes, I'll step out. Just remind me after the floor set. I'll step out for a second. I can take a small break. Today I was helping my younger brother through PoTD for the first time since Jola, and we stopped at floor 30. We are going to take our time. I also started a file going to Necromancer title on Machinist. Hey Jola, I hope you have a good time. And I hope your younger brother has a good time as well. And cheer them on from all of us over here. We want more people doing Deep Dungeon, that's for sure. Just glad it's happening already. Yeah. Speedrun.com, okay. But for this PoE 2 early access, it didn't feel like a proper difficulty increase, if that makes sense. It just felt like we don't have something for you yet. Yeah, and I think that's exactly what that was, right? It just was, that's exactly, they just didn't have anything yet. I mean, I know you're gonna run normal first, Ross. And that's fine, like no judgment or anything. Honestly, I think that's such a smart idea now, because I'm terrified of the, what is it, 24 new bosses, 30 new bosses that they've added in. Like, I'm scared. Like, if you have something, I was mentioning this to you before, if you have something like the poison chick, where you don't even know how to do that mechanic, but you know the other one I'm afraid of? Something like Blackjaw, where like, the only time I figured him out was to stay in melee range and to dodge all the stuff. But I didn't know that until, like, I died 3 times, you know? I think as long as I have enough defense to survive, like, one big hit, then we're okay. Then I can be like, okay, I get it. I'm gonna go back to, like, a backup strat of, like, hugging the enemy. But I just hope, like, I don't just hit the dirt so quickly that I don't have an opportunity to figure it out, you know? It feels like with all these changes, and new act, I'm just not looking forward to restarting a lot, because I do have somewhat of a deadline. Yeah, I know. But for me, it's just like, I could never play the game on standard. But what I might do... Like, I'm actually wondering if I may want to look up the bosses and stuff. Like, I don't know if I want to go through the pain of just discovering it for the first time. Like, I think I'm over that by now.
Angelus
so. Yo, Akira! 3 years. Thank you for that continued support. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. I'll do Act 4 and Iron's Blind, but not hardcore. But yeah. Like, I know for a lot of the pinnacle bosses, I started looking them up because I'm like, bro, I'm 90 hours into this file. Like, do I really want to be this like weird ass champion that just does it blind at this point? You know, like there's too much time put into this. And I'd want to think that maybe like unless unless I was blazing through the campaign on Friday, and I would be going at a moderate pace, and like we're like day 1 and we make it to Act 4, then it's like YOLO, I'll just do it blind. Like what else am I supposed to do? But if there's like a couple days that go by and everything, I might like start looking up stuff if someone has a guide or something. Like just to see the fight beforehand is really huge. Like that's enough for me to work with. Big bad Omniross out here being a chump in normal. I need to learn what to do with Sorcerer. Yeah, I mean Ross has like he's playing like a brand new class, you know. Like he may not even recognize Sorcerer anymore. At least for me, for the most part, I think Witch is kind of the same, but the build that I ran through in Season 2, which was Ice Mage, Brutes, and Spectres, the Ice Mage and Brutes are completely different. They do completely different things now, so I have to adjust to that. But that's a change for me too. But I have to get that far. That's like middle, like Act 2 cruelty, so I have to get into like Interlude Act 1 before I can even see that build into fruition. Wow, just be a man. He's in fact saying that you're not in fact a man. Rip. You're not even playing Path of Exile. What the hell, dude? This guy's still gotta finish Dream Daddy over there on his stream. When I clear Heaven on High, 30 boss floor are sealed. Oh, you gotta do a quest. If it's your first time doing if it's your first time doing the floor 30 boss, like ever, like on that character, you have to do a follow-up quest to unlock the harder floors. Yukag isn't even playing, yeah. You love PoE? No, you don't. You never played it. What the hell? This guy. I love PoE too. We'll have to see if I have time. Just make time, man. It's alright. Just manifest time, that's it. PoE 3. Ah yes, the other PoE. Yeah, we're flying. Yeah, duh, forehead. Why didn't you think of that before? No problem, Ras. We got you, dude. I'll take the deer with me. Any strength? So much strength? Hello? Okay, good. I need to get to some chests at least. They're gonna try that Andrew quick kill again with Finn. What Finn recommended about Swiftcast. If I remember it. But here's the thing, I was thinking about what he said, and he's probably right. But also, every time I've done an Andrew, I've done it the same. You know what I mean? So I mean, I could do it for the sake of that, but it's almost like I tested it to the same strategy I did for the other 2 times I did it. So we could do it for the sake of demonstration, but I don't know. It only if I remember it by the time we do it, because I may not even get to it for like 2 weeks. Which is fine. It's not a big deal. I did pick up a string. Nice affluence. Exodus here. Okay, let's do the Hippogriff. Don't move, squirrel. Especially now with innovation on. Okay, good. Why are you getting notifications on Twitch? What did I get this time? Stream together with Gears of War to earn a badge. Wow. Do any of you play Gears of War? Isn't there a second one? I like how there's so many of these things on Twitch. It's like, oh, earn a badge if you play this game. It's like, no, I'm not gonna play the game. Give me a badge for 14, I'll play that game. 20 years ago. My brother and I played this. Oh, no, is there something new with it? Is that why they're pushing it? Like, do they have like some new thing going on? New update, new whatever. I never played it. That's like an Xbox game, right? Which I never had an Xbox, so 18.5 years ago, damn dude. I was doing my FF11 days. This Hippogriff wants to play. So does the other one. Dude, they keep guarding this chest. This chest better be good. If they keep walking towards this chest. Safety. It's remastered. So it's coming to PlayStation. Ooh, and that's all new, huh? Okay. Oh, close. It was the safety. We'll take the safety. You're keeping it safe. You got it for PS, and I have a free trial for Game Pass. Oh, nice. Okay. Good for them. I like that a lot of games are trying to get themselves cross-platform. Maybe the age of exclusivity is going to be finally finished, because I thought it was... I was getting tired of that, honestly. I get it in the beginning. I mean, it certainly created the alignment for me with, like, PlayStation and stuff, but, like, in today's time, it's like... Dude, just release it everywhere. Who cares? just get it to work everything. Make more money. Coming next to PC. Hey, Drop Dizzle. Surely. Surely it's coming next. It'll shadow drop like some games, you know? Like Silk Song. Oh, hey, 2 weeks from now. Hey, you know that game you guys have been worried about and, like, you know, wondering all about the Silk Song something? 2 weeks. It'll be there. Actually, now what, a week, actually? Isn't it a week? Silk Song is the next week, right? Which I really wish I could play, but unfortunately, I have higher priority. Like, Cog was talking about that earlier, how, like, he's got a whole bunch of games to play on his stream and everything. Like, for me, Path of Exile is the highest priority, and then Deep Dungeon, and then it starts trickling down into other things. I really would like to get the Silk Song, but it's just on the short list for me. I will get to it. Like, I think you will see a Silk Song stream at some point on this channel. I just don't know when. Like, it's probably into, like, 2026 at this point. But I'm definitely gonna keep that one in mind. Finally playing the first Hollow Knight myself now. Had it on Switch forever, doing it on Switch too. Nice. It's really funny seeing the issues with Nintendo. It's almost like it's like making me less excited to stream a game on Switch 2. You know what I mean? Because it's like there probably is going to be problems at some point. It's like, it's kind of like sad to hear. I don't think people are actually having problems right now, but there are problems. That's the thing. Saving for Switch stream made my birthday in 3 months. I might end up getting one for like literally a business expense, but I'm not sure. Speed 101, good luck. Wachon? I still remember Gims. I still remember the one time where I think it was it Tears of the Kingdom or Hyrule game, where like for some reason Nintendo made a mistake and they released it like 24 hours earlier to all regions, and their ambassador, Nintendo's content creator ambassador, plays it when it gets released like that, and then they get shut down. The channel gets like partially problematic because it breached, like it infringed on like copyright because it was released early, but they made the mistake. It was so odd. Like you just like got your own ambassador in trouble for a mistake that you did. Like what? Is that it? You can get the Australian copy and lock it 13 minutes or but well, no, but I think they had access to the game and they played like because they were given like a code to the game, so like they were able to play the game. It's just I don't think they did like the whole like they manipulated the clock kind of thing. Like it just got released to like everyone. They were able to adjust to it, and then yeah, they got hit with it. Like I'm pretty sure you would have checked out. I don't know, whatever. The details are still weird, but. Rage. I'll do it. I'm not sure if I want to get the bundle one, the one that comes with the new Mario Kart. I'm not a big fan of... Really? Mario Kart to me is nice with, like, other people. I wouldn't play it on my own, though. That's the only issue with that. So, like, yeah, I don't know. There's no Switch game I'm, like, interested in. That's the bigger issue, too. You're playing, we're told it's okay. Everyone else did the Australian copy and get hit by it, too. It's funny. Yeah, yeah. Nintendo's weird, man. That's why I got so scared having Super Mario RPG music on my playlist, because I'm like, oh, it's Nintendo. I don't know if I wanna go down this road right now. You wouldn't play alone, yeah. And I wouldn't play it alone, but also I wouldn't play it with randos. You know, that's my thing. Like I would want to play with other people. But I barely play games with other people to begin with, so it puts me in a weird loop. Steel. Ah, the strength is there. That's perfect. That's what I wanted. Okay, let's go. Ah, yes, the Bow Wow Wow song. Another strength. It's a lot of rooms. Gotta find the exit. At least they really wanted me to have a strength and steel on the boss. It's nice. Not this way. We'll go the other way. Whenever we get in the ring, unleash the new raid song, M8. Oh, this one. I was actually thinking resolution. I got it. Don't tell me. Okay, I was gonna say if it's in the other direction, I would have been actually kind of sad. What is this challenge? This one is for the DD challenge. It is... that one. I only watched Chila for a few hours and I got trauma from that song. I like the song. I like the song a lot. Unleash. My heart's racing. As you climb in the ring. It's outside. Okay, thank you for reminding me. I just did remember too. I'll stand outside and then let me know when you get your screenshots and I'll go in. Any emote you want me to do in particular? My character always defaults to crossing her arms because she's unimpressed by everything. Because that's me IRL too. You know the lean emote? That's me. That's me IRL. The squall lean. Except my face isn't pixelized. Alright, so I'll just stand there like normal. Okay. Oh, I went so fast I didn't get the, we didn't get the victory fanfare. Alright, here we go. Hold on, lean. Boom. Okay. I'll let, good old Indigo Soda get their, screenshots, and then let me know when you're good. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, so by the way, this coming floor, 111, we're gonna do some shenanigans on this floor, so you guys stay tuned. I don't know if it's gonna be possible. So on our last run on Thursday, when I died on Machinist, we had adjusted to a strategy that I was only killing one bee and leaving the other one alive to final sting. But what was hilarious was, as I was in kiting mode, okay, cool, awesome. When I was in kiting mode, I was canceling Final Sting because I was just too far from it. So what I want to do is we want to try to do a situation where I want to see if we can spawn more than 2 bees and then keep going until something happens. So that's what we're going to do in this next set. So it might be a really long set. I will make sure we don't time out though, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Also, we need to check, I need to check if we can witching the bees, because I think, Snek was asking me that one. So we're going to Raising here. And we'll see what happens. We're gonna get to the boss as fast as I can. Bee. 2B. Come back here, frog. For science, for science! Also for shorts. You know, I've been very happy with my TikTok. It's now like alive again, and so I've been kind of really like motivated to keep posting stuff. So now it's like I'm thinking and like how to like what should I post, like what should I go for, like, you know. So that's one reason also, is just I want to keep posting things on TikTok and Instagram. We have Instagram now. If you guys use Instagram, I'm basically posting the same stuff and all the shorts and everything over there too. So always wanted to get a screenshot to celebrate after playing for the first time. Hey, yo, thanks, I appreciate it. Thanks for being patient. I'm sorry I jet so fast. You know, like a good chunk of me is still like has like a speedrunner mentality, so I like to go through very quickly. And admittedly, I mean, I am in a bit on a, you know, I got a little bit of a time limit on me, but doing those things are no problem. So yeah, thanks for being patient about that. So I'm thinking, like, my brain is thinking very quickly, you know. Didn't take down, get banned. Yeah, literally 24 hours. I'm not gonna go into details on that one, because that starts entering into topics I don't want to talk about. But yeah, it was like 24 hours. But the thing was, leaving aside the details on that, last year, Gims, I gave up on TikTok because literally, no joke, guys, all of my videos got no higher than 50 views, no matter what I posted. And the problem with that, I don't care about the view numbers, right? But the problem was that in terms of the algorithm of TikTok, what they say in their kind of terms of service and everything, you are guaranteed about a minimum of 300-ish views. Because what they do, and specifically TikTok, is that they'll send the video off to 300 random people, not including your followers. So you'll send it off to like 300 random people, and how a video essentially goes viral is if it's so good that those 300 people share that, and then it keeps getting shared, so on and so forth. But for my videos to not hit 50 at all, like that just got too weird, and I lost a lot of motivation. But now every video I posted for the past month has gotten minimum 1,000 plus. Like the last couple ones we got like were 4K and everything, and that's like, okay, yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna get those views, then I'm in. Like we can continue building the channel on TikTok. So that's one main reason why I'm a lot more motivated now. Streaming TikTok actually reaches more. It reaches more. I heard mixed stuff on kind of who comes to the stream. I'm not sure if I want to open those floodgates, but also I'm not quite like, I don't have the capability of doing it anyway, between my, you know, my issues with my ISP, and Restream only limits me to 2 platforms. I have enough. Basically, it's like, I feel like when the time is right for something like that, I think it'll happen when it happens, right? So right now, it doesn't seem like the time is right. I'll stick to YouTube and Twitch. We'll post our stuff, or post our shorts and everything on the other platforms and YouTube. We'll work it like that. But I think when the time is right, it'll all work out. I feel like the time will be right once, let's say I finally get fiber in my existence, and then maybe, like, you know, I can do the multi-platform, use up all the upload, blah blah blah. But you know, for now, that's where we're at. I'm too old for them TikToks and then Instagrams. I know. It's like, you know, for me, Wallen, it's like not a case of being too old for it. It's just, that is just what is the thing. Of course, you as the consumer and as the people, you know, finding the content, certainly you shouldn't feel required to have to go to there. But if for some reason you are in fact using it, then hey, at least I'm there. You don't have to go to TikTok or the other platforms just to get said thingy. How about them telegrams, bro? How do you think I should format my content if I was gonna mail it to someone via snail mail? How do you think we should do that? Should it be like a hologram or something? Like a flip book? Maybe we could do a flip book. I'm sure that'll be not time consuming at all to create. I'll send it by pigeon. We'll do pigeon. I can hire some New York pigeons. We're close enough. I'm sure they don't mind. Did that just respawn? Nope, no. Okay. Really thought I'd get through. No, no, I don't want to, like, I don't want to give it into like a data stick, you know, because I could be just sending a virus. I want it to be something they open and then boom, it's right there, you know what I mean? What's the point? I may as well just send a Google link drive. One second. Maybe those see-through projector things they use in school. Oh yeah, that would require them to have a projector. Whatever. I'm sure it'll be fine. I can't believe AOL's gone. We need a new startup service. AOL's not gone. You just can't log in via dial-up anymore. It's not gone. It's still there. I still have like, you know, emails and stuff that use AOL. So trying to make sense of this website for the challenge. It looks like just finish the dungeon with certain amount. Yes. Yeah, and they're like special missions and stuff. Like they have special challenges where you would do it extra on top of like the harder one. But basically, yes, that is the challenge, Shinny. It's that you have to finish the run with a loadout. So it's like a reverse kind of thinking. Like we've done like, you know, one palm challenges and whatnot. You've seen some of my fellow content creators doing no chest runs and everything. It's just a different flavor of how to approach it. But yeah. It's hard, and honestly, it's interestingly difficult because there's a difference in my head when I know I don't have something and I adjust to it. Like, okay, I'm out of witching. I already know I'm out of witching, so I'm going into this thinking, okay, no witching, blah blah blah. But now it's like you know you have the witching, and now you have to make this decision: do I gamba the witching, even though I need to end with X amount of witching, or do I not use it? And it becomes this mental block. And it's so interesting, you know? It's like, man, I might brick the run if I use this, but then if I don't use this, I'm dead. And now you have to decide what's the choice. And it's interesting. It just gives you a different way of thinking about it. That's why it's been fun so far. Okay. Oh, you know what I was thinking of doing? I was thinking of doing, actually, you know what? I'll do it anyway. YOLO. I'll lust these and then pop them at the same time. Because the blind is a little concerning. Oh, it's like very concerning. Raising early? Well, raising early because we'll do the shenanigans at 120. So I need a raising in case I botch the 120. So we have the... I do have the raising up already because of that. And also because of that, I was willing to take that risk with the double slime and everything. Like I said, I play very differently if I have raising on or not. Like my mind is just is wired differently with the raising on. There's a joke? As long as it's like relatively PG-13. Are there any indications that a floor has a hidden treasure? Aside from doing the intuition, so if I use an intuition story, okay, you'll see on the top right of my map, and also the text shows up in the notifications in the center of the screen, that it tells you that there is one in this specific floor. Of course, now you have to go find it. You have to find the yellow beam, but that's how you know with an intuition. Now you can get an intuition without using the Poleman of Intuition. That's an actual achievement too. If you get 100 of those, but yeah, that would be the way to find it. Hey, what up, Either Bunny? Afternoon. How's it going? My last 2 achievements, I'll be, yeah, congratulations, let's go! Do they have, are they planning like another patch for that game, or is it gonna be a while till they update that? I thought that first patch came in very quickly. Was it like the second week it came in, and that was a massive patch? I don't think they're developing it that fast. Next month? Okay. Man, it just kind of sucks that there's so many new other games coming in. Ether Bunny, are you doing Path when it comes out? Are you gonna hop into Path of Exile? Oh wait, we talked about this. You are, right? Because we were talking about how you were going in with the speeds and like going in fast and everything. Oh yeah, I think you are. You're gonna do okay. Yeah, no, we talked about this. Okay. Crafting and corruption system. Then another November. Nice. God, I can't. I seriously cannot wait till Friday. It's like I haven't been this excited for a game for a minute. When was the last time I was this excited for a game? Let me think. Not even Expedition 33 I was that excited for. Like, I was excited to play it, but the anticipation for it... I don't even remember the last time I was this excited for a game. Octopath? I don't think Octopath. The new one? I mean, I'm excited for the new one, but like, it's also timing is weird. Rebirth. Maybe Rebirth. I was pretty freaking hyped for Rebirth, and that was like my game of the year last year. Yeah, maybe Rebirth was the one I was... oh yeah, I could not wait to get back into that game. Yeah, it probably was Rebirth. That was like a year ago. Fortnite? Mods? We have a troll in the chat. Someone take care of it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for taking care of that. I said, man, look, if you get me an icon in Fortnite, because I'm sure they're gonna want, like, you know, deep dungeon extraordinaire content creator in Fortnite, and I'll play Fortnite. Until that happens, I ain't touching that thing for ever. I was excited for it. Not to, like, this excitement, though, of, like, just the highly anticipated for the game. Triangle Strategy was, like, I think at the time for Triangle Strategy, it was, like, a drought of tile strategic RPG, you know? Like, that was a genre that had been lacking. So I was excited to get back into that genre. And then I got my fill with triangle strategy, although I didn't sign up for like freaking half the game being a story, but at least it was voice acted, so that's good. Content creators get money when people use the code when buying stuff? Yes. Right, that's what I mean. So like if I get an icon in Fortnite, then everyone who buys that icon, I get revenue. So I mean, it means I get more cash. Then I'll play the game. But is there a way you can tell this floor has treasure before potentially wasting an intuition? I thought changing music... Oh, no. There is no other way to know about the intuition that is coming in. Now, if you want to get very technical, there is, I believe that there is a maximum amount of intuition that you can get per 10 floors. Who knows that? What's the max intuition you can get on a 10th floor? Was it like 4 or 5? You can technically know when you've gotten all the intuitions on the set, in theory, but I don't think you can guesstimate when it's showing up. I don't think there's enough data to just be like, oh, well, this floor will always have an intuition. Like, I don't think we have enough data for that. So it's either you do intuition or you just kind of guess and just kind of stand in the spot. 3 minimum, not sure about max. Okay. 3 minimum, not sure about max. I won't play too much this weekend, probably a whole lot Friday night, but then a lot of college football starting. We'll play when I'm not watching, but family vacation next week, so lots of done to get... Okay, gotcha. Intuitions? A video series on intuitions? Intuitions don't expire when you change floors, so you can use them anytime. It won't resolve until you hear... Yeah, that's also true. What JCN said here is also true, Shori. When you pop it... So first and foremost, intuitions are very common. So you don't have to worry about it, like, running out. And also, my intuition, the buff that we have that shows me if there is one on the floor, until you get to the yellow beam, it will always be present. So it's always good for the one time to get used that way. I would say under most circumstances, if your entire goal is to get intuition stacks, you're probably perfectly fine getting every single one as they come about. Or like stock them until like 151 and then get them there. You shouldn't have to worry about running out. There's a map out there that shows how... Yes, that one, the one that Ice Fisher says, which I think is a Reddit post, that was good to do it, where if you wanted to do the Sixth Sense achievement, which was to get intuitions without popping the yellow beam or popping an intuition, like getting it blind. I don't have that on hand, but I know that it was a very old Reddit thread that had that one. Hey Jorgen, how you doing? Omni Jorgen, right there. Omni Jorgen, heaven on high. Congratulations again. Oh, I have a rage. Why didn't I check this chest before? What the hell? Now I'm waiting for the checkpoints to be added in old deep dungeons to make farming gold stacks possible. Yeah, and that's actually one reason I probably need to nuke. I need to nuke my sacks. I think that was the logic I had. I need to nuke my sacks because it might be easier to get like Nightmare Pegasus and whatnot once checkpoints start showing up. So I need to probably sell them sooner rather than later. That was the logic I had. I remember there was a reason why I started opening my sacks. And I forgot for like 2 weeks. And like that was the reason. It's because if checkpoints get it added in, that means more people are gonna have them, which means, yeah, like Gim said, the market will crash. No loot box opening stream. I don't have the inventory for it. I could maybe make the inventory for it, but I would need to make the inventory. I would need to make time for it. And not to mention, since I'll be living in Path of Exile, I don't think I'll have time to do it anyway. Thank you so much. I'm doing great. Just getting some scores today. How are you doing? I'm doing not bad. Mondays are kind of my busy day. I kind of wake up, eat, stream, and then I got things IRL directly after stream, and then I don't call myself till like 9 PM Eastern. So it's a long day, but it's not that bad of a day. Like, I would definitely much rather be streaming than, say, going somewhere else to do, you know, work. So that's a plus for sure. Which I have you guys to thank, because all of those subs and everything coming in, that helps this train continue running. Because if we were nearly as decent as we are now, I don't know if I would be able to continue doing this as much as we are, so I do thank you guys for being here. Opening sacks while waiting for PoTD queue. The PoTD queue is not gonna... The PoE2 is not gonna be that much. It's not gonna be that bad. Even like a 20,000 queue I get in like 10 minutes. Not that bad. That's assuming, by the way, that I'm gonna actually be online by 4. I'm still not sure if I'm gonna be here at exactly 4. Might be like slightly later, and if that's the case, then I don't have to deal with a queue, you know? They allegedly have been DDoSing Path of Exile. Well, you know what they did with the recent races, Ross? They installed a system which I thought was badass. Can you imagine if they do this in 14, by the way? They installed a system during the racing event that the commentators that are there, they can actually go into the character that's actually racing and look from their perspective. Instead of having to look at streams anymore, they just go straight to the character. Like, they have that ability, and I thought that was so awesome. Like, can you imagine that for PvP? Instead of having to rely on, like, you know, getting someone to spectate, setting up the match, you just have like, oh, they're playing, okay, well, you're in a sanctioned event, okay, you have access to these tools. It's like, wow, that will never, no, it won't. It unfortunately won't happen, but coach stuff, yeah. I mean, even if you, well, first and foremost, it would have to be a sanctioned event, and that's already something that's never going to happen here, right? Like, we're never getting sanctioned events, like, aside from, like, maybe the community, like, some of the PvP stuff were, but, like, because, like, the speedrun events in Path are sanctioned, like, they're from grinding gear, so that's why that stuff is allowed, because they're like, here you go, like, just use our tools, just, you know, have a special login and do that. Which, by the way, is so good because I was saying this earlier. One of the things that's so difficult about doing the speedrun races in Path of Exile is a lot of the top players, like the top witches and everything, they do not save their VODs, and some of them don't even stream. So you don't know what they're doing, and they're getting these times. And you're not suggesting that they're doing something nefarious. It's just you want to know what the strat is, but you don't know what it is. But now they can't hide. Because the commentator will shoot straight to them. And if they're going rank 1, they're gonna stay with them, so I can watch them, you know. And then I could look at the Path of Exile stream bot to check the thing out. So, you know, it's a benefit to me. Camera zoomed in, yeah. Well, it would. I mean, I don't know if you're getting it from the player's perspective. It's almost like if like you guys were to hijack my POV, right? Not necessarily my clients. Like, that would be how I would look at it. So they would have like probably other features, like maybe like a zoom in, zoom out feature, and it wouldn't affect gameplay, obviously. It's just like a unique perspective from that player. That's how I would kind of see it and stuff, so. But anyway, I'm with Ross. Look, I'm like about 5 extra steps above Ross in terms of the optimism. You know, Ross is a little bit below me in terms of his optimism, but I'm totally with Ross on that never happening in this game. You need step 1 before you can even get to step 2. That's a lot of Morble. F51. Actually, I wanted to use an F1. I still can't get over how 14 took the satellite view exploit and mandatory raid mechanic. Well, expect what's the don't name the plugin, but the plugin that they just banned. Expect something to show up that's similar to what it is to what in the game. You know, we're gonna do something with it. Yo, what up, Cut Man? How are you, man? Good to see you. Hope we have a good Monday gotcha day. Oh, I did a boo-boo. Wait. Okay. I kited on Morble. Yo, 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 yo. Yo. Yo, 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 yo. Pretty good song. I kind of want the raising. I'll just dump the... I'll dump the rage here, it's fine. It's alright. Calm day, no endgame. Yeah. Yeah. Trying to prep for a good team for Augusta. Nice. Me and Aida are waiting for Pistol Girl in Wuwa. I'm gonna wait for... I'm wondering if I pull for Carlotta. I'm not sure, like, to finish up my Carlotta, but I want to wait for the Pistol Girl because I'm chilling till she shows up. But yeah, like, so last MOC cut, man, I don't know if we talked about this, but last MOC, I took like 155 attempts to get rid of MOC. Like, it was just, it was tragic. I'm so happy I got through it. But then the Apocalyptic that came in last week, done in 7. I'm out. And I'm like, okay, well, that's a lot better. That's more like it. What a troll pal. Oh, did you die? Don't tell me you died. Whoops, I didn't want you. Entered with 0 shank. First shot was in the low. Oh my god. Wow, that is definitely... That doesn't help with speedruns, for sure. Landmines. Oh, okay, gamer. Let's go. I had the opposite MOC1. AP tortured me for the first time. Miguel was... Oh, really? Dang, that's so funny. Like, I suffered because I don't have a good wind cut, man. And my good lightning is Acheron, but just for that fight, she wasn't that good on. So it was just a struggle to figure someone out for that one. But this APOC was no problem because I think one team was Castrus. I don't remember what I used for the other team. I think it was Jing Liu, I think. And I kind of went from there. Okay, guys, time for shenanigans. Let's see if this works. If I see more than 2 Bs show up, then this really goes into shenanigans. If I don't see more than 2 Bs, then we're not gonna do anything. I'm gonna, like, get the boss low-ish. And then we're gonna just be running for our lives. With 1 witching, rest, draw, it was Surgers. And I gotta check the... speaking of witching, I gotta check the witching on the bees here. Does not always spawn 2 bees. Oh, it always spawns 2 bees, but what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to get it so the bees stay on the field for as long as possible. By canceling their final sting constantly. And we're going to see if I can get to more bees. Okay, first I need to witching. So let's just check a witching here. Oh, they do get witching. Okay. Now I need to watch out because when they pop out, they might final sting right away. I need to wait for the final sting to show up. Are they on a timer or are they on a... Oh, that's actually a timer. Huh. I actually would have thought that they would have gone on prey, but maybe I canceled the prey. I wonder if they're gonna final sting. They should, because all bees final sting eventually. Oh, they do multiply. Okay, this will be fun. There's the final sting. So I think I could maintain this for a while. It's just, I need to kind of... Oh, they're gonna kind of spam it. Okay, that's fine. Oh. Wait, they got it off anyway? Was I too close? I kind of want to do that again. Hold on. Okay, let's try it again. I don't think I was far enough. Let's try that again. Let's try it again. How do I want to do this that I actually can maintain distance? Like, I can't... I don't think I could keep maintaining that all the time. Like, if I'm gonna try to manipulate that distance, then... Oh, but I was stopping and going. Okay, let's try it again. Machinist keeps winning. No, I don't need to do damage on the boss. It's just I think I'm just stopping and going too much. Oh, that could be a problem. Okay. No, I wasted my sprint because of that. Rip. I think I just need to make sure I keep running and we'll be okay. Like in this case, right? Oh, it still got it off. Okay, that sucks. I'm saying if this works, the Machinist would never fight a bee. Well, yeah. I'm gonna try it one more time. I don't care that I nuked all my raising. It's not a big deal. So that time I was in perfect motion, but then I couldn't get far away from note. So like I don't know how long I could maintain this. Huh. I guess it also is kind of like designed in a way where it's designed in a way that like normal running speed probably doesn't get you far enough, you know what I mean? Maybe if I run cross court. But then how am I gonna do that if I gotta see how this works. Like if I go into this circle, maybe I'm not getting enough distance. So I've gotta go like across the field every time it comes at me. So like if I'm here, right? So he's gonna use Final Sting very soon. So I wanna be running across here. It still got it off. Okay, so I guess that's not really gonna be practical then. Alright. Alright, let's just do this normally then. The witching was good. But like, that's rough because when I was doing on... So that was what was interesting with Machinist. Because Machinist, I was consistently getting away from it. Even with normal running. I don't know how I was accomplishing that. Because that was my problem. But I think maybe it's because it was the first Final Sting. Or maybe I was always sprinting. Well, you're right. Smudge will get out. But the thing is, I think their final Sting would come up faster than my Smudge would come up. That would be the issue. So, like, I could Smudge out of it, but I can't keep that going for 30 minutes. Does that make sense? Like, I definitely get out by Smudge. So, what job could pull that off, then? Like, they could actually maintain the length. Like, you would need something that has, like, a less than 10-second movement. Or movement speed, yeah, expedient, I guess. I'm gonna wait for the weakness to go off and then we'll go. Ninja teleport's a minute, though. And you don't get the reset in this level. Like, if you had reset. But on Avant is you only get one charge, right? Ninja reset would be actually really wicked. I do wonder... Well, you kill the bees eventually, but you could Doton. Run them through Doton so they're weighted and then you get distance, but... But Final Sting goes off like every 10 seconds, right? So that would be the issue. It was so weird on Machinist because it felt like I was, it felt like I was like doing okay on that one. Reaper Dash. Reaper Dash is what? Is that 15 seconds? Reaper Dash same as Pick 20 seconds. Okay. If you had to jump back on Reaper, it would be worth it. Like if you were able to jump back and like time it that way, you could do it every 10, but damn, I thought that would go a lot better than I thought it would, but it didn't. And that was because of Machinist, because Machinist was weird. Because that's what threw me off in Machinist. I was banking on the fact that I wouldn't get hit by the bee. And there were times when I was successful in doing that, but then... when I needed to... It's like, there were times when I needed to get hit with Final Sting and I wasn't. And then there were times when I didn't want to and I did, so... I don't think it could ever be... I don't think it could ever be that useful. Well, what do you mean? Dodging Final Sting? I wonder if you came in here with... No, rescue's too long of a cooldown. Because the first or last. Oh, what I was going for, though, I wanted to load the screen with bees. That's what I was going for. I wanted to last 30 minutes and see how many bees we can spawn without dying. But if I can't even get out with normal speed, then it becomes impractical. Like, if I run completely straight and I still do not get away from the... I still do not get away from the final thing, then I can't survive 30 minutes of that. I was going for ridiculousness. Witching would be funny on tanks. Yeah, I mean, with witching, it definitely looked like I could get at least maybe 3 sets on, because I could offset their final sting. Because I honestly thought the final sting was based on the boss, but they were going under like a normal rotation, so it would reset that timer. But that would only last me up to like 6 Bs, you know what I mean? And then I would die. I mean, I could like maybe do it in a way where I would sprint the first one. I could dash 1, sprint 1, and then witching, you know, do it that way and kind of stagger the buffs. And I could, and then I could basically become like a battle of attrition where like once I run out of witching, then we can't do this anymore. But like I could get the first set of bees, final sting comes in, I smudge. Okay, dodge that first one. And then the next final sting comes in, okay, sprint on that one. And then hopefully by that time, the next set of bees kind of come in, we witching, and then we get to 4. And then we kind of do another smudge, sprint, witching. Smudge, sprint. So that'll get us to like 8, I guess? For no reason. For no reason other than just being silly. And drawing all 4 of them. But then you'd lose the bees. I want the bees to be on the field. Like, my goal was to, like, spawn as many bees as possible so that it would load the screen. That was what I wanted to do. But I don't know if there's a job that can pull that off consistently. Am I excited for Pilgrim's Traverse? Not really, no. Maybe... not Sage. Wait, what's the cooldown on Bard's jump back? Yeah, of course I'm excited. I'm very excited. Very excited for Pilgrim's Traverse. 30 seconds? That's not enough. What the hell's Pictomancer? No, they keep trying to spam it. So, like, so basically they did the first one. I think 10 seconds later they try again. So, like, every 10 seconds they're gonna try to final sting. But it also looked like the cooldown, the casting time of the final sting was just short enough that you can't run away from it. Like, you can run away from the other bees, from the ones from the floor sets, because they're too long. Can you arm's length the bee? I don't know. You can witching them, so maybe. But yeah, that buys you another set. Maybe you're right. I feel like I'm the only one that organized the gear sets in nice order. Peloton, yeah, Peloton's only out of combat. Wait, what's Red Mage's cooldown on? 35? But I think I only have 1 charge. Okay, no, that doesn't work well. And Monk's thing, I think, is what, 20? 30 seconds. Anyway, that's from future me to figure out. I will take an ad break here, but I will also hit the restroom. So you guys chill out. I'll be back after the break. Hydrate, stretch out. We have 30 more floors to go with 2 more hours on my clock. So hopefully we'll have enough time to do that. So thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in a little bit. Enjoy the background music of good old PoTD. BRB. Alright, let's continue. I don't have raisings anymore, but that's okay. We did it for science. That was what's important. Science is important. Sight. Just make sure I don't die here, because that'll be very embarrassing. Yeah, nice try. Thank you guys, by the way, for indulging me on that little shenanigan experiment. By the way, I still want to think about it to see if there's some way we can survive that little bit there, but I don't think it's practical. Unless someone had, like, native movement speed. Which, by the way, that would be Monk. Old Monk would actually have native movement speed, but that doesn't exist anymore. So maybe Old Monk would have actually been able to pull it off. Damn, now that I think about it. Damn, so, like, if you don't know, Old Monk used to have stances, and one of their stances was, Fist of Wind. And Fist of Wind gave you movement speed. Ninja has a... Oh, that's right. Ninja does have the passive move. Oh, wait, you're right. I forgot about that. Do you think that's enough to dodge Final Sting? What do you guys think? You think that's enough to dodge Final Sting? Should I run a Ninja again? To 120? Just for funsies? You know what's so bad about this? Is that I think I want to do it off stream. Like, I want to go home later and just do it. Because it's like brain rot, you know? I'll try to get video of it off stream and just go from there. Only if I... No, I can't, because that's DMCA. You know what happened the last time I played Naruto music on stream? You know what happened, JCN? It got banned in, like, 80 countries. Like, literally my video couldn't be seen from, like, half the world. I'm like, oh, that's a problem. So, we can't do Naruto music. No, don't. Okay, good. I want to get the affluence off. Yeah, I might actually do it off stream. Since I wouldn't have time to do it on stream at the moment. Well, actually... It depends how to... Because the next patch shouldn't be tomorrow. Like, I have seen nothing of evidence that the next patch is coming in tomorrow, right? This 7.31. I don't know how much longer I would last with the Ovis Loop game. Like, maybe I do one more day of Ovis Loop, and then maybe, like, Thursday we can have some fun, and I do that. Maybe that's a thought. Yeah, maybe Thursday. I could even do it tomorrow. I mean, depend. I'll see what I feel like tomorrow. I don't know. Oh, I'm hasted. Okay. They won't see me behind this chest. Solid object. Frog butt. Look, I'm sparkling. Sights. Oh, I love the sight and safety directly after hitting a trap. Maybe that'll be a new conspiracy theory. You have a higher chance of getting sight and safety after you hit a trap. Seems legit. Right, Darth? We've seen it enough times, right? I was thinking about it. Wasn't there an error of how specific seeds were figured out? Of PoTD upon entering? I'm not sure. I can't say you're wrong. I don't remember. I can't say you're wrong, though. That sucks. Okay, I'll pull you. Well, that I think that we know. It's more like actually knowing what the seed was, I think, is what Jason is referring to. But or am I taking it a step further than you thought were? Because I was assuming Jason meant more like, okay, we know that seeds are there, but more like you can actually know what the seeds literally is. By the way, just to give context, we have found out within the community that it's one of those situations where random is never truly random. If you were to take a buddy of yours, anyone, take literally anyone, and you were to queue at exactly the same second, and ideally you would do it like Eorzean time, that would be the best. You hit commence at the same exact second. You will all have the same map. Now, the chest locations are different, the enemies that spawn are different, but the map layout is the same. So there are seeds, theoretical seed. It's not theory, it's an actual seed. It's just we don't know how to manipulate it where you get a specific seed, if that even exists. It might just be random, like, okay, let's say, right? Right now, my time is 4:05 p.m. Eastern. So if I were to queue right now, and then I would to queue a week later, like, I don't know if we get the same layout. Like, I don't know if anyone went to that length of studying. But at the very least, you could get technically the same seed by queuing at the same time. I've seen data for that for some kind of data for all possible map layouts. Yeah, that's that's also with Darabon's video, right? Doesn't Darabon have in his trap video like an explanation of all the possible like things that, like the full load of what the map could be, and the fact that it's like, you know, map A, map B, that kind of thing, and then you base it on the trap that you're gonna find, so on and so forth, like along those lines. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I know Almerish did something like that too, with his research as well. But that much we know of. Now again, in terms of like, say, manipulating a seed to be at your advantage, like I am going here, I am going to log in at this time because it's going to be the ideal seed. Like I don't know if anyone went to that length of researching and execution. That's outside of my knowledge. Do you guys think I'll get 3 raising before 180? Because if I don't get 3 raising before 180, I effectively kill the challenge run already. Which would be so funny, but also very sad. Oh, come on, man. Oh, and he still got the... He still broke my damn shield. I'm still getting paralyzed in between the floors. It's so funny. Okay, into Wish. No, I already have it up. Darth made me use it. I still have it. Well, they're guarding that silver chest very well. Look, it's all lit and everything. Ooh, that's a very good safety. Considering the middle donut rim. You got it, Darth. That's the exit. Might as well burn them all. I'm with you, man. That Wyvern needs to go. Hey, Darth JF, how you doing? Darth number 2. Number 2 only because you were here second, so... Strength. Okay. Oh, you know what? Forget it. I'll just hit them both. Green Darth. He's pink for me. Picto was hard in 7.2. Picto was hard in 7.2. You're right. What's up, Sir Cookie? Picto was easier in 7. It was easier in 7.0 though. Rip. Okay. Picto does feel like it's in a nice balance in Palace now. Like I think it was too much in one direction and then too much in the other direction the past couple patches. But I feel like now it's like it feels a little bit more balanced, you know? At least that's how I think of it. I refer to the T meme. Oh, that's fair. Oh, was that a T meme? Okay, you've educated me. Thank you for that. I didn't know it was a meme. Now I do. Into a bottom. That's pretty. Damn. Did you light up the bottomless pit though? Like, is there lighting in the bottomless pit? Or is it just dark? Congrats on clearing. It actually was hard. Yeah. Yeah. That's gonna be Palace of the Dead soon. With Palace of the Dead getting a minor update in 7.31. That'll be the joke for 1 to 50. Congrats on beating floor 1 to 50. It was harder. It was harder before, literally, for 8 years before this time. You die of hydration? Well, okay, here's the thing though. If you fall into a bottomless pit, it's like a soap opera thing, right? Where like in soap operas, unless you see the body go into like the coffin, like they're technically still not. They could technically still come back alive for some whatever reason. So like if you throw Darth into a bottomless pit, you never see the body. There's a chance he just comes back, right? That's just how that works. Rogue challenge was hard every. Yeah, it was. Yeah, at least in Palace it would be. Schrodinger's soap opera? Yep. Did I safety already? Yeah, I did. Okay. Even if you cut them in half before throwing, they will eventually come back to the sideboard. Yeah, exactly. You need to see the body. If you don't see the body, then how do you know? I mean, he's right. Only twice. 3 times, that's really pushing it. Twice, though? That's the limit. I do want to check that. I still gotta find my I gotta find my raisins back because someone used them all. Not naming any names, but someone happened to use them all recently, so I need to get them back. Strength comes back, it's good. Oh, I clipped that one by accident. That's not good. Okay, now it's okay because I'm healing. I'm trying to go for the bronze chest here because potsherds are certainly starting to melt away. I need to get at least a couple back. And there's a possible trap on this corner. Eh. Actually, I'm almost in line to get the speed run too. That's interesting. We've been going pretty quickly. Even with a little bit of a 20-minute delay at the start of stream, I think we made back the time, which is great. And our shenanigans on 120. So I'm kind of happy about that. Oh, I wanted to refill my water. I'll do it on the next transition. Bronze chests. Nice interrupt. Technically, even in soap operas, anime, and anime like media, you can see the body and they still aren't really dead. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the anime too, right? It always comes down to which anime. And like DBZ has the afterlife, but you can bring it back to life. That's the exit. I think I'm just gonna go. Only missing a couple of rooms, but I'm so far away from them. I'm lazy also. Didn't see her raising the set is a tiny bit concerning. In Dragon Ball, death is an inconvenience, and sometimes it just lets you power up more. Yep. Provided you don't take so long doing so, you know. Taking a little long doing it. Resolution. Bum, 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 bum. Steal for the boss, that's exactly what I would have wanted to see. One reason why I did the affluence. Two chests here, looks like. Intuition. Rage. Isn't this luring city? Which means there should be luring traps here. Yep. Man, how did I know? Maximize chest gain here. You know, in our machinist run, the no sustain, I'm sorry, the roguelike challenge, I was banking on trying to get to this floor set because this floor set would have so many luring traps, and I would try to farm as many items, as many kills as I could, but we didn't get that far, unfortunately. But that was definitely a game plan that I had in mind to try to maybe pull some more silver chests. Nice potured. Don't think I got any more drops though. Steal again, that's good. Gonna have to re-strength probably. Look, another luring trap. Really? I didn't step over it. Oh wait, that's another rage. I'm gonna do it again. I kind of want to strength, and again, we're looking for the. I'm looking for the raising. That would be really good. Flights. Okay. This I think was the steel. There's another flight. Yeah, I mean, this will be the funniest thing, though, if I don't see the raisings in forever, because I burned them all in the previous floor set, you know? What is the first chest? Resolution steel, okay. Wait, did you drop a chest? Oh, you did. Give me strength. That's not a strength. I'm sure you've answered this before, but how do you like Dawntrail, Alliance Raids, long time 11 player? I think they're done pretty well. I like the first one better than the second one. And the only reason is because I felt like the first one really hit the nostalgia bits really good. The second one feels like your traditional trilogy in a series, where it's setting up for the third one. You know, so it was okay. I had a good time, but Chloe, thank you for the 26 months. Let's go.
Hee Mr. Demonis.
Mr. Chloe, thank you so much for the continued support. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for continuing that sub. Hope life's been treating you okay. Yeah, I think they did a good job. I mean, the music usage is great. The boss fights are not bad with the throwbacks. I mean, I remember some of them. I like the little tidbits of, like, players playing the game as opposed to, like, tidbits of lore. You're getting lore of how we played the game back in the day, and that's really something cool. The first Alliance Raid did such a good job with that. Like, there was so many references I remembered as a player that was done with, like, you know, with, like, shout chat and whatever. They really hit that out of the ballpark, in my opinion. Even with messing around on that previous floor with the rage and getting all the kills, I actually might still get the speedrun. That challenge requires permanent raising. Does it involve sacks? Because I feel like if you don't die, it shouldn't matter if you had those or not. Oh, you mean the challenge? It requires, I think the hard challenge requires you to have 3 raising. So you just literally cannot use a raising on the last 20 floors at all. Because if you use one, you break the run. So sacking doesn't count. So you can't sack. Super Pink Pillow, thank you for the continued support at 28 months. I very much appreciate that. The Myth and Juno will now come. Yes, I heard about that. Yeah, if you wear specific gear that is a reference to Final Fantasy XI, she will comment on all of them, yeah. Yeah, it makes me wonder what the comment is for Scorpion Harness. I do have that one. I do have the Cassie ring too, but the Scorpion Harness is what I wear all the time, you know? But I haven't really gone back there. You have 3 raising in the end is proof that you... Yeah, exactly, yeah, exactly. That's what makes it really tricky. Very tricky. Alright. Let me hit an ad here. We got 2 more ads on stream, so I'll hit an ad here, and our goal is 20 more floors. I should have time to do this. So thank you guys for watching. Our end is 150. I'll see you in a little bit, BRB. And we continue. we continue. For those who come after. Okay, let's go. I need food. Yo, thanks for that. Yo, thanks for that. Yo. For those who can't yet. yeah. For those who can yet, they can't even hear me. They can't even hear me referencing Expedition, dude. Unfortunate. Oh well. It happens. Really enjoying tonight's stream. When are you gonna be doing the last 50 floors? Kick, you can hear me, right? You can hear me because you're not in ads. I just want to make sure. If Kick can't hear me, I'll wait till the ad finishes. You can hear me. Okay, so it might not be for 2 weeks. So like maybe I stream next Wednesday, but if the patch for 7.31 shows up next week, then I'm really gonna want to have to pay attention to that. And I am not streaming next Monday. I will take the day off on Monday, but I could stream on Wednesday. So I will see how I want to do that. I'm not sure, but then yeah, you're probably looking at 2 weeks from now. So not next week, the week after that, for the continuation of this, because I would like to do it on the morning stream, the evening stream. Sorry, afternoon, whatever time slot this is, EU stream. Let's see if I can beat you. Alright, yeah, 2 weeks. Let's go. That's a good amount of time, yeah. I forgot to reload my water. I was gonna reload my water like 5 floors ago. I never did it. Hell yeah, brother. Because I gotta put the Aether Pool video top priority for me. Because I want to get that out as soon as I can. So, yeah, we'll see. Hey, raising! We did it, guys. We got a raising back. We only need 2 more now. I'm sure these are all raising. See, look at all the raising. Look at the rage back again. Reload the water. Just aim outside the screen. Pour the shit. Dude, I always have sometimes in my brain I'll hear the sound bit. Reload. That's from like Time Crisis. Did anyone play Time Crisis in the arcade? That was a great game. I would love to play Time Crisis once more. Reload. Time Crisis rock. Yeah, hell yeah. Welcome back in the ads, guys. Time Crisis was great. You miss old arcades? Are you calling me old? Wait, what? Why would you do that? What? I went to the theater last night and they still have... Really? What's the newest Time Crisis? Is it 4 or is it like 5? Or is it like 8? On a boat? On a boat? On a boat? Like you're on a boat? There's an arcade I frequent for rhythm games and they got a bunch of those old Time Crisis games. Time Crisis caps? You call me old? Why are you all calling me old? What the hell, dude? If you remember arcades, it's your time to take an IV. Wow. That's brutal. Damn. You know what, Darth? Darth? Let's do this. Let's go pop into a random Fortnite stream and then reminisce on arcades. Let's see if anyone, like, reacts to that. Wow, 2015? Dang, it's been that long since a new one? The game machine was on a boat. Time, money, waster while getting to the other side of the water. Oh, that's actually cool. What? You had arcade machines on a boat? I've never seen that here in America. Sounds amazing. I went to I have a Dave & Buster's that just opened by, so I took a gander at what they had, and honestly I don't even recognize the games like anymore. Isn't America mostly just desert and some hills? I'll let you know. Where I am, we have mostly factories, okay? On top of grass. Lust. My dislike for Fortnite is probably my most boomer attribute. Western arcades go for a very different style of game, LMFAO. They do, yeah. There's a lot of games in Japan that I wish were here. They'll never show up. They'll never show up in America. And yeah, a lot of the games you see, like Dave & Buster's, they're like ticket games, Gamba games. They're not really like the games. I guess, if you got your Mississippi River, Mississippi River and stuff, I don't think it takes that long to cross those. I hate Fortnite too. My 9-year-old son plays it and I can't stand it. You should tell them to play a real game like Final Fantasy. I once bought Fortnite Pass to get the skins of the twins that look like Horde from the Fire Emblem. Really? I want to go to the other room, but... Did I safety? I did safety. Oh, that's a terrible angle. What did I do? Final Fantasy XIV, my beloved, yeah. Superior game to Fortnite. Nope. Low-key, if I ever ported Remaster Final Awakening, I think you like it a lot. If I like Engage. Engage got exhausting. I like Three Houses better. Oh, I'm getting... Okay. At least they aggroed at the same exact time. That's a benefit to me. Like, cool, I'm happy for people to enjoy the game, but like, I just don't understand how Fortnite is fun. Competitive, pew pew. You get to play as Power Rangers. Is that not fun? You're having a hard time there, Cog. Engages came from Fate's my castle hub, which actually Awakening is more straightforward, just doing battles. My typing is F on meds. Yeah, I think it's great. Keep typing. I'll go this way. Strength. Okay. LMFAO, yeah? Did you see me pull the Aramon on the beat drop? Sick. Went to the wall. Lusts, okay. No, I don't need to pull it. Affluence. That air monster, no chance. Yeah, he only had one eye, that's why he stood no chance. Next time, come in with 2 eyes. A well-guarded chest. Oh, I didn't finish the cast? No! I'm a slide cast. Oh, that actually hit me. Feels bad. Gonna do, of course I'll do resolution. I got a time limit, man. Yeah, we'll resolution. There's no reason for me to do the other one. Not at this moment. But I am still contemplating the ninja run on 120 for the science. If I have an open save slot, I could totally do it. Come on, I should disrespect the count. Well, I would say, like, doing the 140 boss normally is disrespecting at this point, since the go-to strategy is to do it, like, with the resolution. Oh, hi. Imagine I could send the retainers into Deep Dungeon to get items specifically for here. They come back with like a Nightmare Pegasus. And what in the what? How did you get this? It's like the joke. It's like the joke before when your retainer would come back with like an entire house. It's like, hi, I found this on my way out. You know, walking. It's like, okay, an entire house body. Cool. Just laying on the ground, I guess. Fortune. All right. Yeah. Obtains Necromancer for you, yeah. Why does it sound like a bird? What? You're a dragon, don't sound like a bird. It's weird, bro. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so I haven't revealed the exit yet. So I have a question for you guys. Because I kind of was thinking about this a little bit too. With the new votives coming in Pilgrim's Traverse, one of the debuffs we're going to get is that the map is hidden. Do you think that we'll just literally just have it like X'd out or disabled? Do you think the map will literally just like the UI will be gone? Or do you think we'll get a situation like FF12? Where FF12 you walk into a map and it was like it was jammed, like the signal was jammed. Like how do you think they're gonna present it to us? I feel like it's gonna be somewhat unique. It isn't just gonna be like the map's just not gonna be there, but I wonder what their representation's gonna be. But dragons are lizards, lizards are dinosaurs, dinosaurs are birds. UI would just be a picture of laughter. That would actually be great. It's just a giant fairy in your picture. There's a One Piece game called World Seeker where you play Zero in the DLC. The map is super pixelated and blurry. Pixelated and blurry. See, the pixelization could be a thing, because obviously they use like pixel art here, so maybe I'll get my second raising poggers. That could be an idea. I haven't seen that one before, but cover it with leaves. Oh, that steel's actually really good now. That's a lot of Dahak. Dahak you saying? My play. I am so excited, Southerner. Dude, I can't stop talking about it. I'm gonna try to go live when the servers go up on Friday, at 4 p.m. Eastern. But I definitely am playing it Friday, like 100%. That is my focus this whole month. In September, it's that game. I'm very excited. Are you gonna do it, Southerner? What are you thinking? How do you feel with the information that they put out there? Like, is it good for you? Is it bad for you? I know you have particular tastes. So I'm very interested to see what you're thinking of. Because I'm really excited for it personally. I'm getting a 4-day late start since I'll be on a trip, but I'm going hard. Yeah, it's good to hear it. Let's go, dude. Yeah, I don't know if you've heard me tell this story before, Southerner, but when I died on my Season 2 hardcore character, on the same map, I think I was level 93 or 94. On that map, I just got the minion, the Spectre minion that I wanted to get. Like, I was looking for this specific one. I was so excited. On that same map, I do an expedition and die. Because I did something to the expedition that I wasn't ready for, that I had done, like, dozens of expeditions, like, before that. Like, we were doing expeditions, like, non-stop. And it just caught me completely off guard, and I just died on the expedition. And I was just like, God damn it. Like, I felt so bad, because I wanted to at least play around with the minion, you know? But so I was bitter, but I didn't want to run back another character, because I'm like, no, that was too long, I'm good. So now it's cycled back to Season 3, and now it's like, okay, now, like, let me get back there, let me get that minion back, and Spectres are, bare minimum, 25% stronger, so I'm gonna be really happy. And died. I think I hit a modifier that I didn't mean to. I think that's what happened. Like, that was the only explanation, because I was tanky, we were good, and all of a sudden I did that expedition, my minions were dropping so fast, I'm like, what's going on? And then I couldn't react, that's it, GG. And I had the Omen that heals you back if you go to a low HP, it never triggered, because I got hit so hard. I got hit so hard that it couldn't trigger the damn thing. That's when you know you really done wrong, you know? But it is what it is. It's a learning lesson. I'll do better. Although, you know what I'm terrified for, Summoner? When we go through hardcore and I'm gonna have to learn like 30 bosses. I don't know what I'm gonna feel about this. Like, I have to run through 30 bosses that I don't know. And I could already think of like 2 of them that took me, like 3 of them that took me so long to prog. You know? Like if I get another enemy like Blackjaw, even with defenses, I'm dying to Blackjaw. Like, the only reason I knew how to handle him was to, like, to sit on his butt and to handle him in melee. But I only learned that after I took so many beatings. I mean, if you have something like the Angry Ape in Act 3, you know? Like, that just walks up to you and one-shots you. It's like, those are gonna be things where it's like, I don't know what I'm doing, you know? What am I doing about this? But, yeah, I'm gonna probably have to play massively safe, like, super duper safe, and, like, maybe adjust my strategy where, like, I play differently through the acts, and then when I get to endgame, I shift it over again. Like, that probably is what I'm gonna do. Like, whatever it is to give me some more defenses, I gotta do it. Get yourself to the point where you can tank almost any mechanic, and then if you're DH, you pause log out. I still don't think I want to do a pause log out at all. I still want to, like, you know, take it, but I don't know. I'm also, like, less caring nowadays, too. Like, I kind of don't care as much anymore, so I just want to just get through. Monkey dodge roll was being lethal was so stupid. I think they did fix it, yeah. The ape with the club, yeah. Yep. Well, before, like, in Season 1, his roll did multiple instances of damage. Now it doesn't do that, so you won't die to that directly. I mean, you could, but, you know. Yeah, I gotta look into my defensives and really just go defensively. Just hilarious how I dodge all of his attacks and he dodge rolls and one-shots me, yeah. He had spikes on his back, he was like a hedgehog. Uh-oh. I have steel on, so... Me wanting to change my homeworld, but damn scores? Yeah, you gotta keep the scores, man. The jerk one-shot me so many times, yep. Me too. I died many times to Monkey. Many times to Monkey Kirby. But at least nowadays, I'm kind of dying to him because I'm maybe under-leveled. And a lot of times when I'm running through hardcore to, like, survive, I'm usually over-leveled now, or I'm overpowered, which is always good. Can someone go in Crystal and beat 2 number 1s? I think I'm good. I got other things to do. Sorcerer overpowered now, from what I'm hearing, should do hardcore. No. Just no. No, Ross has got a system, okay? He's got his own method, he's got his own system. Well, there's a disclaimer, because you're like me, it's like 80 plus, right? You gotta get into the 80s. If you die in 79, it's not satisfying enough, you gotta go back in. I want to be in top 1000. That's my goal. Top 1000 in the ladders. That's what I want to do. We were 469 in Season 1, and we were 437 in Season 2, so I want to be in top 1000. Oh, because the new trade's really good. That's what you mean. Like, you don't want to do solo self-found because the trade looks actually appealing. Right? That's what I'm interpreting. Yeah, I guess as much. Yeah, I mean, I just live in solo self-found, so trade means nothing to me, you know? Even if you learn the boss, you probably don't die at some men should flying at you in the look, off-screen deaths, man, they're always the best. I think Ross has died a lot to off-screen deaths. It's great. Hey, thanks for the follow, Surrendered. I appreciate it. PoE balances is usually kind of wonky in places too, like 1 league in PoE 2, white mobs really killing everyone. Oh, I can't wait, dude. I can't wait. Your last death was your last death the one to like poison or something? I forgot. I got all my raisings back. Look, guys, we did it. I think I remember, it was either you or Cog. Cog, I think, died to poison, didn't he? I don't remember. But I don't do hardcore. Stuff like that irks me bad. It's alright, suck it up, soldier. You know how many times I died in Act 3 to Blackjaw because it took me so long to figure out a strategy? And I was too stubborn to actually go normal? I don't think I would have feel the same sense of fun if I didn't know I had to survive. Yeah. But the whole problem though right now for all of us, like all three of you, it's that we are on a time limit. Like if I didn't have the time limit of October, then I think I would be a lot more patient. But now it's like I'm kind of rethinking how I want to approach it. Not that I would go non-hardcore, but you know, I might try to play in a way that actually makes it way more safer than and really try not to die. You know what I mean? Man, I still remember though, it was such a cool memory when we did the release of PoE 2, and I spent 7 hours in Act 1 just to die to Geonor because I didn't have enough damage. And then that was my first hardcore file. Like that was awesome. Like I'm not even being sarcastic. Like that was a great experience, you know. And then now seeing like we get through Act 1 in like less than an hour and like 40 minutes, it's just so funny to see the difference. PT deadline does make me want to expedite the learning a bit, which is still the learn blind for that fun, but not blind hardcore. Yeah. Do you know it's such a dangerous fight at the end if you don't do it? Yeah. Yeah, and because what I was doing in my first playthrough was we were trying all of the abilities that were available, but the problem was, it's like you had a limited amount of gems that you could have, so I could only go so far, you know? Sadie's back again! Yeah, what up, Sadie? Returned once more. Thanks for the raid again. I hope you're having a good day. Hey, what are you up to this time? Sadie has returned. Thanks for the double. Wow, dude. Only Sadie, man. Only Sadie will I get a double raid out of him in the same day. What a champion. But he's an amazing friend of mine. Hope you had a good day. Hope you had a good stream today. Yeah, the chaos spikes. Yeah, those are pretty rough. Did you continue your... I had no self-control. Sadie, you're the best, man. I love it, dude. I love it. Nice! Look at that! Yo, let's go. Hold on, I gotta do this fast. We got a new strategy for resolution. The forbidden 3-3-3-2-3. What is it? Would I do 3-3-3-2? Something like that? So we do 3 here, right? I do 3 here again. I do 2 here. Because it's gonna take a while, so we do 2 here. And I do 3 here, and I do 3. So 3-3-2-3-3. Do not recommend, don't do that. Only if you're uber comfortable. See, before the ads even get to shoot me, look at how speed that is. That is speedrun tech right there. 1.94. That is amazing. So when you do the Black Mage file, I guess like tomorrow, you'll probably do the Black Mage file tomorrow. Alright, team. I will hit another ad here. This will be the last set we'll do. I got it in time, so we'll do one more set here, park this file at 151, and then sometime in 2 weeks we'll probably get back to this. So thank you guys for watching. Last ad of the stream. Let's do the last 50. Finish that. Oh, you finished yesterday. Oh, okay. You finished yesterday. Okay. Got it. Okay. BRB. I got you. Okay, let's go. Secret sub mode activated. Hell yeah, dude. I'm not very comfy. I spilled my drink on my hoodie yesterday. I need to wash it before I get comfy again, so I guess 553 for you. Am I gonna aggro you? Probably. Another strength, okay. Oh, before the poison got off, let's go. Well, Sadie, if you gotta do another break or just do another DO file, do what you gotta do. I'll be here for at least another 30 minutes. And not too bad. Like I said, we had a little bit of a 20-minute delay because I died on 60, and we still made it here before my time limit, so that's pretty amazing. Pretty happy about that. Bum, 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 bum. Another Serenity. Alright, let's make our way back. I'm gonna get this strength before we go. The Trails in the Sky remaster looks like a damn masterpiece. I almost kind of wish I grew up on Trails, because there was a whole series that I didn't even know existed till like a year ago. So I hope you guys enjoy it. I don't think I'm going to personally engage with it, but I hope you enjoy it. Damn it. Welcome back to the ads, guys. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate that. Annie! What's up, Annie? Aw, yeah. Hope you're having a good day. You missed. Haha. Oh my god, I still need to pull. What the hell? Actual piss color key. I'm gonna have to potion on this pull then. Classes started back up, so I'm working on my homework. Oh, cool. Okay. By the way, guys, if you know my profile picture, that is Annie's work. So I'm always appreciative of her for that. I still haven't changed it. I mean, it's hard to change it, but also it's like, why would I change it? And how many years has it been too since I've had this profile picture that has been kind of my moniker online? Years I've had this thing now. All thanks to Annie. By the way, randomly does it because it's like, oh here, have this, you know, fan art. I'm like, oh, that's my profile picture. For the next decade. I hope that's okay with you. Yeah, at least 5. Yeah, probably like 5, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Hell yeah, dude. Manticore versus Manticore. Who's better? Me. You can't even one-shot me. Okay. I beat Heaven High solo thing. Hey! Yo, let's go, Haga! The 90s went so smooth, I finished with 28 minutes left. I was scared though, because I only had one. Wow, you were in here earlier. Heiko was in here earlier, kind of looking for some advice, because they were getting stuck at 91. Boom, came right back in, got the clear. Lone hero. Welcome to the club. What? All amazing, dude. I'm very proud of you. Let's go. I hope some of what chat told you was good stuff, and apparently it was good enough for you to get that clear. And that's sometimes it just be like that, you know. Oh, whoop. I thought I had that button. Hey, thanks for gifting a sub to the new Lone Hero Hagun chat. Brand spanking new. The seal is still on the title, dude. Didn't even take it off. Only PoTD. Well, you guys just good. I'm glad. I'm glad. That's what we do here. It isn't just me too. Like people here in the community, they're all on the same wavelength, dude. You have questions, you just want to try to get through. It's just okay, here, have this information. Like that's what I've really enjoyed about this community. You know, it's just, it doesn't really matter who you are, what you are, whatever. It's just you want to get through the content, we're gonna help you get through the content. Like, it really is just that simple. And honestly, it should just be that simple, right? I mean, why does it need to be complicated? You want to win? Well, oh crap, that's a mistake. You want to win, and Shinny. 28 minutes, yeah. Yeah, did you, so you had one Serenity. Did you, like, pick up more, or did you just manage your palms to, like, a really good thing, and then that's just it? Hey, Colleen, happy Monday. Another rage. That's really loud water. Okay. I had to use it on 98. Never got it. Wow, you managed with one Serenity. That's very good palm usage. Dude, it's like I don't even need to know what's happening in the run. It's just the fact that you managed to survive with one and were able to figure things out that way, and then still finish with 28 minutes left. That's amazing. Good work. Witching. Brute Force, 2 Amnesia Force because of Warrior? That's kind of rough because you don't have defensives too. I mean, you know, Amnesia on tank is not as easy as one may think, because you do not have any defensives to heal you, which is the premier thing of Warrior, because of raw intuition. That's awesome. Yeah, and it does take forever to kill stuff. That's crazy. Yeah, I would have been so scared going with 99. Hell? That's running. It was early for us, and I picked off the winds. Nice. The white mages, yeah. Okay. I don't really need anything. I got the steel back, so that's good. I don't need anything, so we're just gonna keep going through. Convenient witching. It knew. Oh, come on, are you kidding me? What? Okay. Wow, tell me targeted respawns aren't a thing. You spawned dead center of all the enemies I was facing. Oh my gosh. Target respawns are not a thing. Alright, because you said so, Gims. Thanks again for all the advice. I died in 81. It was going so bad. I had to Odin the boss with 5 minutes left. Okay. I found an Odin and a Petri in the 90s. Wow, refund. Let's go. Yeah. Right on top of me, dude. The odds are crazy. Yeah, exactly. I am definitely team targeted respawn. I don't think I'm gonna go to that room. I think I'm just gonna go because I'd have to fight through like a couple things to get there. I'll just go. Lost again. Okay, I'll go. Auto heal disable again? Okay. Time for a storm, I know. I wonder, I wonder. It actually brings up a decent point. So, auto heal disable is manipulated in EO because of storms. I would want to guess that we don't get storms again, right? It's gonna have to be some different palm. But I wonder if let's say storms, like let's say there's something that doesn't manipulate auto heal disable. I wonder if they bring it back to being a high rate. You know? I wonder if they bring it to like heaven on high PoTD levels instead of like just copy pasting EO levels, because I mean auto heal disable without storms is kind of detrimental. It's more of a detriment than a positive. You can use it to your advantage, but man, the times when like you need the auto regen for certain jobs and everything, it's pretty brutal. We will see the icons for all the pawns, but not sure what they do. He gave, yeah. Are we sure they can? Are we sure they can spawn outside range? 2 pawns like sleep. Also, would cut down the possibility of locations. I'm pretty sure enemies can spawn anywhere on the map. It doesn't have to be within your range. I think. Yeah, yeah. I mean, to be fair, like you are dealing with the content that you're in, right? So Palace of Dead and Heaven on High, having to manage the damage that you're intaking, something like auto heal is definitely more brutal because you need the HP back, whereas in EO you don't necessarily need the HP back as much. You know what I mean? So it's less of a detriment. Like, it would definitely be more of a positive in EO than it is a negative in EO. Did I check this? I did. Dun, 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 dun. I need to start farming Etherpool for PoTD. Oh, yo, Kiega. I don't know if you saw or have been seeing me mentioning it. It doesn't seem like it's going to be tomorrow, but maybe next week. They are going to be adjusting how Etherpool works in floor 1 to 50 Palace of the Dead. So I don't know if you're a high level or if you're starting from 0. But they are gonna make something with Etherpool, like whether it's faster, better, something's gonna happen in a week. So that might be enticing to you, like maybe I chill for a week and then come back to it. Take that into consideration. Something is happening with Palace of the Dead Etherpool, so it might make your life a lot easier. Or not, I don't know. I mean, maybe it doesn't, who knows, but something is changing. I was talking to Rin about how Deep Dungeon changed my learning process. I took up golf, and I feel like I am learning it so absurdly fast compared to how I would have been in Deep Dungeon. So then, Southerner, what does that mean? Like, what application are you using that it makes you feel like you're learning faster? Is it your mentality? Is it a process that you're doing? Like, I'm very interested. Like, what is it that is making you change the way that you're approaching it, that you feel like it's improving? I believe it. I'm just curious what that is. There are like different color rings around palms depending on what they do, so could use a guess for a bit of new palms. Yeah, that's a... Okay, good. Why would they be changing PoTD to Etherpool now? It's like forever. Dave, it's understandable because they're still keeping Palace of the Dead 1 to 50 as like the opening intro to Deep Dungeon. So they're doing the same thing for PT. Like you need to get through Palace of the Dead 1 to 50 to get into PT. So they probably identified the fact that it's a problem, which by the way, it is a problem. It's not very approachable in my opinion. So they're trying to make it more approachable before PT comes around. So it's a good play. It's just yeah, you're right. I mean, you know, it's been 9 years since they even touched it, but if they're gonna keep making Palace of the Dead a requirement, then I think it's a good time to do something about it, you know? 53, 54? Okay. You're right there? You're right there, Jason? It's the ability to put my ego aside and carefully look at the aspects of it. Oh. Oh, like you suck, Southerner, but it's okay that you suck because that's just what it is. It's just a learning process. I mean, that's definitely good for a lot of people, you know? I think there are definitely lots of people who will be stubborn and feel like they're doing their best, but then also don't consider the possibility that they could do better. And sometimes it's tough that way, you know? That's why the learning stunts itself. Where's that chest? I'm gonna go for it. Whereas I would have done things on autopilot, now I carefully think about each aspect of my swing, A/B tests, small changes, and what to do. Like, I was definitely in the mood of just doing things repeatedly on autopilot and expecting it to get better. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, and like, I think a lot of times that people do get into that trap. Like, you learn the technique, right? You learn the thing of what to do. And then it's just, let me put reps into it, and then maybe I'll get there eventually. And sometimes that does, in fact, work. Like definitely don't discredit the fact that it could work. But I know with my mentality, how I look at it is, if I do it once and it doesn't feel right, I'll immediately change it and do something different. And it's almost like you go to one extreme to the other, and then you start finding the median. So there's something that's happening differently that eventually that you get to that point where, and I feel like, yeah, that does speed up the process, because if you're just doing repetition, you could theoretically be doing repetition of the wrong thing constantly, and then you're like, okay, I'll get there eventually, but you're doing it wrong to begin with, right? Like, there is a feel tactic to like very physical activity that sometimes it'll feel right, sometimes it'll feel wrong. It does help when you get feedback from someone else who knows what they're doing too, but yeah, I can see that. At 50 Ether Pull, I would just start progging towards 100. Yeah, actually, you know, hey, my new guide for Palace of the Dead, I actually started the run at 59.59. And I'm like, okay, start at floor 1, 59.59, and I think I was like 99.99 by like 150 or something. Like, we got there eventually. You don't have to be full at that level. You can just start doing a climb now. And part of that was to prove that you could, but yeah, that's something you can consider, that you don't even have to farm on your way up. learn the content and farm at the same time. It's very time efficient. When I was attempting Astro Heaven on High, I just had to accept that I would probably fail, which led me to trying riskier things like multipoint. Accepting failure is great for learning. Yeah, it is. The difference between a master and a novice is the master has failed more times than novice has tried. Yep. Yeah, and I still remember my conversation with Ross about Astro Jorgen, and how, like, I remember him coming at me, being frustrated at one of his Astro runs, being like, bro, I played really good. Like, I thought I did my best, and I'm like, I told Ross, I'm like, dude, I've seen you do Deep Dungeon. I know you're really good, and I'm sure you did your best. The problem is, it isn't the fact that you needed to do your best. It's just you just needed to do better. like it doesn't matter. Like, I'm sure you did the literal best you possibly could do, except Astro needs you to do better. So that's just the attitude that you have to have, right? And that's why, like, Southerner says, putting the ego aside. It's like, I'm really good at the game, but I need to accept the fact that the game just beat me, so I just need to be better, you know? You don't even have to logic it. It's just a fact. But the mentality is that it isn't necessarily that you would 100% try to do better. It's just you're trying to look for something slightly different to adjust so that the results would be different. It's like what they always say about insanity, right? Doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. Essentially, that's what some people do. They do the same thing, hoping for different results. I will never forget my driving instructor scolded me. No, practice doesn't make perfect. Practice makes permanent. Stop practicing bad habits. Yeah, another way that I got approached for that is that practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect, right? If you practice it correctly, then your practice will produce a correct result. That's the other one I've heard too. What's up, Catman? That applies to resistance training. Gotta make 100% you're doing it right, or else you're practicing something that's detrimental. Yeah, I mean, imagine doing like 100 push-ups, and you're doing the push-up wrong. Like, you're going to kill your shoulder, you're gonna kill other things. Like, yeah, you did 100 push-ups, congratulations, but if you're not doing the right form, you're screwed. I watched 6 minutes before the dual states and all that farming. Okay, gotcha, yeah. Yeah, well, at least you got that part. Check out, definitely, if you want to do the checkout, depending on what job you're doing, definitely check out the other guide, Machinist and Pictomancer, where I started at lower arm and armor to give you that perspective. I think I explained that whole thing too, but, you know, like I explained it just now. Also goes to show that having a bad coach can be extremely detrimental. Yeah. Yes. Like, what's up, Zamoka? Like, I'm certainly not gonna go on about other teachers and everything that, you know, I'm sure they're successful. I'm sure that they have students that really kick butt and everything. But my approach at teaching, especially when it comes with this content, you don't stay with one, you know, wavelength. Like, okay, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not gonna force you to understand what I'm saying. If you're understanding it in a different way, I'm going to adjust and make sure that you try to understand how I'm doing it, right? You as a coach make the adjustment of, like, trying to do it so that your student or your trainee can understand what the lesson is, you know, because everyone learns differently. And I think a good coach and a good teacher will identify that and always approach it differently every single time. I mean, that's how we kind of look at it here with the Deep Dungeon information. There's so many ways of absorbing the information, different people, the way they say it, written guides, video guides, so on and so forth. So it always hits, I feel like, all the marks of someone, however they want to learn the process. Picto is still really good, and actually, if anything, Picto is better than it was last patch. In 7.2. It's not as good as 7.0. My guide is a 7.0 patch, but I feel like it's a lot closer to that now than it was before. And it's not really that different too. I mean, you're just looking at like one extra G city here and there, but it's still definitely a good guide to look at with like enemy pools and whatnot. Try to get this. 7.0 Picto was nuts. It was amazing. The golden age of Pictomancer. I gotta do the intuition. Ooh, another rage. I'll just clear the floor. I don't think I do a fortune here. I'll just clear the floor for the time save. So as a heads up, this week, in terms of streams, if you guys want to hop into the channel, watch what we do on stream, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Tuesday, Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern. One of those days might be Deep Dungeon, because now I got this whole thing about trying Ninja at 120, so I might do Deep Dungeon one of those days. We'll see. And then another one of those days will be Oversloop, which is the game I was playing last weekend. Because it's kind of my last day to play it, so I'm going to enjoy it. But then Friday and Saturday, you're probably going to see an early stream, because we're going to go really hard in Path of Exile. And pretty much every other day that I'm not doing 14 is going to be Path of Exile. So a lot of hardcore Path of Exile 2 stuff. So that is this coming week. Oops. And then next Monday, no stream next Monday. So this time slot, no stream, because I'll be taking the day off. But I may come in on the Wednesday. So keep up with Discord if you want to see all that. Any changes I try to announce on Discord if needed. Otherwise, it kind of stays on schedule, so. If I ever one-shot 3 jobs... If I only ever one-shot 3 jobs in Heaven on High, Picto was one of them. It's so cracked. Picto was good. Oh, that's a strength. I like that. Oh, man. I was gonna get away from that. I thought Picto was great in Heaven on High. It's good. I didn't like it as much as Palace. It is good. I like Black Mage better, though. On a personal level. Did you spawn? You're respawn. Because I know I wiped this room out. Oh, and that was the rage. Okay, cool. That's where I came from. Got it. Someone took me the most attempts on... Really? That's so funny. That's so odd, but, you know, it is what it is. New Black Mages... I mean, even old Black Mage was still good in Heaven on High. It just got way better in new Black Mage. I couldn't get past the squishiness. That being said, I haven't cleared healers or Black Mage. Gotcha. Another Rage. Apparently it's just Rage Day. You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check all the chests first and then we'll pop the Rage after. You one-shot Scholar? Bro, it took me forever to clear Scholar. I think I took 25 tries to do Scholar. That's what I was looking for. You got fed wipes. Man. You know, Jorgen, I would have cleared Scholar in attempt number 12. I had a Petri and 2 Magicites, okay? I step into 97. Big room, no items. I Serenity. I have 2 Serenities. I Serenity the first big room. And I naturally thought Fortune Magicite. Okay, Fortune Magicite. 98, no items, big room. I Serenity again. Fortune Magicite. 99, no items. No Serenity, Petri in my bag. I lose. And this was before, by the way, before we knew that you are guaranteed to not get no Magicite before 97, in 97 to 99. Because if I knew that, I would have played differently. I didn't know that at the time. That's how I lost my Scholar. That sucked. And that stays with me too, because now it's like knowing the knowledge that you cannot get no Magicite in the last 3, it's like I play to that, you know? If I see a chaining of no items, I'm gonna make sure I keep a Magicite for the last floor. Lessons you learn in the content is great. Are you kidding me right now? I'm gonna have to Fortune. Right at the end. Feels bad. It's wild to feel what feels strong to people. Bard and Dragoon felt insanely strong. I like Dragoon. I like Dragoon. Dragoon was one of my favorite picks. You know, match life for full run, apparently. Yeah. Luckily that was on Warrior, not any other job. hey, Kokoro, thank you as well. Welcome in. Oh, that's exactly what I would have wanted. Oh, I didn't do a... Damn it, I didn't do a shield. My bad. I'm gonna try to get 5 and dump. Or I might dump it early, actually. Yeah, I should have done a shield. Bloodvein. We're fine. It's just, I was hoping to get 5, but I didn't pop a shield, so... And this, doing this no steal kind of makes it a little bit trickier. I'm gonna save hammer for maybe the ads. Good, got those out. I don't think I killed her on this cycle, because I only had 3 bone stacks on. So I'm gonna try to splash on the succubus. Get some HP back. Also, make sure I heal, because I need to make sure I have HP for this. Okay, we're good. I thought I was about to lose another... Oh no! Oh, hopefully you're okay there. Ow. Strength is down, oh. Ow, stop critting me. Oh, the slide cast. Okay, good. Would have been okay anyway. All right, nice. I gotta get some of those palms back though. I used a little bit too much, and I have to make sure that we're in order by 171 when we do the challenge. But it's okay. It's alright. We did our goal. No one's here in Cactor. 151. Let's go. So guys, thank you for joining me today. We tried an experiment in 120. Didn't go so well, but I might do it on Ninja. We died on 60 at the beginning of stream, but we still made up some time, so I made it by my time limit. So I hope you had a good time. And as mentioned earlier, this week, Tuesday, Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern, one of them might be Deep Dungeon, and another of them might be Variety, which is the game that we're playing, Ovis Loop. Friday, Saturday is gonna be Path of Exile. Lots and lots of Path of Exile. So the continuation of this one might be in 2 weeks. I'll definitely try to make it at least obvious when I'm doing it. I won't just pop it. It'll definitely be on the EU friendly stream. I won't do it on a night stream, so we'll save this exclusively for the EU stream. So that's what we got. So thank you guys for watching. Mrs. Zamoka, Cog, Bivtech, always good to see you. Southerner Wall-End Kicks, Ice Fisher over on YouTube. Thank you guys for joining me. I hope you had a lovely, lovely day and a good start of your week if Monday is the start of it. Yes, the Moon Fair is happening, so get your swimsuits, yeah. Is it a good swimsuit? Should I get it? No. I already answered the question. I just literally answered the question, guys. I'm not gonna get it. Alright, let me see who I should rate you into. Maybe someone in 14? Our good buddy D-Buns is doing some more Baldur's Gate. Should maybe check her out. But let me see if there's someone... Let's see. There's actually a French gamer that's doing some Deep Dungeon. And I think they just cleared Heaven on High Blind, I think. So, but it's hard to go into another language. Like I get a little awkward going there. But there is one that's doing some Deep Dungeon. What's this other wetsuit? It's a wetsuit. Yeah. I like the one of the other swimsuits that was like a couple years ago. The one I have in my Primal alt. Oh, there's another French gamer doing Deep Dungeon. They have no microphone, but they're down in Palace of the Dead. Wait, Paulina, wasn't Paulina? Did Paulina do a speedrun? Maybe it's a different Paulina that I'm thinking of. Let me just check this channel first. Because I know they spoke English, but they may not be speaking English now. No, they are completely French. Okay. Okay, let's go to my buddy Ponto then. I know Ponto's gonna stream for a little bit, so let's just go to Ponto. He's vibing. He's a cool dude. Ponto's always nice to me whenever I come by. So we'll go by Mr. Ponto. If you guys don't know him, he's a good dude. He's really chill. I love his attitude. So we'll go visit him. Have a good night, guys. I have the rest of my day ahead of me, so I gotta do things. So I'll catch you next time. Do all the emotes over at Ponto's stream. Say hi to him for me. I'll catch you later. Good night.